Check, check. Good. Very good. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch of the Program for Legal Empowerment and Aid Delivery in Kenya. Plead 2, we are calling it. We are about to start in the next 2 minutes at most. I have a humble request. Kindly occupy the seats in front of you. Take one step forward. This is a humble request. It's a very humble request. I don't want to mention names. I don't want to come to you directly. Just move forward. Tafadhali. One step forward. Each and every one from the back. I want to see empty seats at the back, but fill the front seats, please. We're about to start in just 1 minute at most. All right? Kindly move to the front. That back team over there, move to the front, tafadhali. Please, this is a humble request. I can see the two ladies and the gentleman over there. Kindly move to the front. I have all your names on record, so I don't want to mention your names. Remember, the judiciary is here, so we might end up suing each other. And I will say I asked them to move and they refused. Kindly move to the front, tafadhali. We're about to begin in less than 2 minutes, all right? Ensure you're moving to the seat right in front of you. 2. Now, before we do anything in this country, it is customary that we start with our national anthem. Before we do that, I'd like to call upon everybody else who's out there to kindly settle down. All our guests have arrived and we're about to begin in less than 2 minutes. Kindly settle down. Kindly settle down. In the meantime, we can play a video to show you why we're really here and what has been achieved so far. A video for Plead 2, just to give you a general background before we start the program officially. All right? And I need Jedida Waroyo to stand by for a prayer, and Mr. Mohammed Jafar as well to stand by for a prayer. We're already running late. We're late by about 15 minutes, so we'll try and catch up on time. That's why I'm giving you a heads up. So Mohammed Jafar, stand by for a prayer, and Jedida Waroyo, stand by for a prayer as well as we settle down for the national anthem. But I'd like to get your attention to the screen. We will start in just a moment. Settle down.
Naitwa Rehema Mgirema, naishi Wioni na ni probation officer katika ofisi ya Lamu. Kazi ya probation ni sana ni kifungo cha nje. Tunafanya kazi na court na katika siku ya kawaida tunaanza na ofisi.
Our idea is that we continue with what we have started, so digitalization, but also the greening of the justice system and the expansion to more counties. Everybody, no matter where,
of the Supreme Court, to really ask ourselves what are the challenges in the justice system, what do we need to do together to make it easier for all of us.
Digitization has been concentrated on ODPP and the judiciary. We hope within the Plead 2, we'll be able to bring the investigators and other actors to digitize their processes and allow us to have a seamless digital system that will help streamline how things are done within the justice sector.
We will look forward to scaling up the support to increase our technology and improve on our service coverage through the use of technology. We'll continue to require training because training is necessary. It's part and parcel of the work that judges or magistrates do.
Right. That's what they say, they come before the storm. We're about to begin, but just hold on. Let's play that video one more time as we wait for our chief guest, and then we'll start. We can't do anything without her and also the national anthem. Like I mentioned earlier on, Jedida Waroyo, stand by. Mohammed Jafar, also stand by. We're about to begin very shortly. All right? We'll try and catch up on time. So kindly keep your remarks brief. I'm not sure I can guide you to keep your prayers short, but I'm sure God has already blessed all of us here. All right? That's the reason we've woken up in the morning, and that's why we are here. So just thank him for doing all that he has done so that we try and catch up on time, all right? Let's see that video one more time, and I will let you know when we'll begin. Do not worry, we'll catch up on time. That I promise you.
Naitwa Rehema Mgirema, naishi Wioni na ni probation officer katika ofisi ya Lamba. Kazi ya probation ni sana ni kifungo cha nje. Tunafanya kazi na court, na katika siku ya kawaida tunaanza na ofisi, tunaangalia zile ripoti ambazo zinatakikana kotini kwa huo muda. Ripoti ambazo tunapatiwa kutoka koti ni sana tunaziita kama presenters report, ambapo tunapatiwa fursa ya kufanya social inquiry katika jamii. Nilipoingia mara ya kwanza nilifanywa training hapa katika ofisi kupitia wakubwa zangu. Baada ya muda tukapelekwa katika training ambayo tulikuwa tunaita blended induction. Katika hiyo blended induction ilikuwa ni online class ambapo tulifanya kwa muda wa wiki 3. Alafu wiki ya mwisho ilikuwa hiyo ni 4, tulienda physical KSG Mombasa. Hiyo training ilikuwa inasimamiwa na UNODC katika program ambayo inaitwa Plead. Na katika hiyo training tulikuwa tunafundishwa sana kuhusu skills zile ambazo tunaweza kutumia kama probation officer.
This is an incredibly high investment that the EU made in sub-Saharan Africa, the strongest injustice sector reform in sub-Saharan Africa. And we all know that the justice sector is the most sensitive sector of all of our development cooperation. So this depends a lot on the ownership of the institutions.
Recently, Obuli trained 20 paralegals from 10 wards of Lamu County to support the community in various ways and lead them to the National Paralegal Society of Kenya and National Legal Aid Services for accreditation. The paralegal work includes giving legal advice and assistance, including drafting documents, screening clients, tracing court or case files, following up on GPV and child abuse cases, and liaising with justice actors for specific matter.
Through the Plead, we've been able to support the court user committees and the process some of the challenges that have come through. For instance, having a child-friendly justice system that preserves the best interest of the child.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we all be upstanding kindly?
The vulnerable groups is very strategic.
Let's all be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana for your patience. We're about to begin. Kindly, let's all be upstanding. We'll start the session right on time, and we'll catch up with time. Stand by. Mr. Mohammed Jafar, Ms. Jedida Waruyo. All right, and now the national anthem and the EAC anthem.
Plenty be found within our
Thank you very much. As we're still upstanding, Miss Jedaida Waroiho, Director, Witness Protection Agency, kindly step forward. There's a microphone for you over there for a word of prayer. And stand by Mr. Mohammed Jafar, Program Manager, UNDP, for the Muslim prayer as well. Ms. Jedaida.
Let us pray and believe. Almighty God, our Father, who is in heaven, we come together this morning as citizens and members of this, our Republic of Kenya, to glorify your name. We thank you, God, for being our creator, our provider, and our protector in times of plenty and in times of need. We also thank you all for our leaders gathered here today who are heading and representing various state and non-state institutions. We plead and ask you, Lord, to protect and to grant each one of them with courage, wisdom, and grace as they lead your people. Our Father, we are gathered here today to reflect on our work and our future plans through the program for legal empowerment and aid development in Kenya. We are here to renew our commitment together as we continue to build and to contribute to our economic development, to contribute to the administration of justice, and also to contribute to access to justice, especially for the vulnerable and marginalized justice seekers and consumers. Almighty God, bless this kikao and bless each one of us abundantly. We pray this in the holy name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Jedaida. Mr. Mohammed Jafar. Thank you very much.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise to you, O Lord of all worlds, the most compassionate, most merciful, Master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us along the straight path, the path of those who you have blessed, and not those who are displeased with you. O Lord, we pray for this country. O Lord, we've just come out of the very long drought, and we've received your rain and your mercies, which we do celebrate and pray. O Lord, we pray for the leadership of this country and the leadership of all this program, because it is through you that we are always successful, and to you we believe. Amen.
All right, thank you very much. You shall all be seated. Asanteni sana. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Union's formal launch of the second phase program for legal empowerment and aid delivery. We are calling it Plead 2. My name is Trevor Ombija. I'll be the moderator for this session. Because we're running late, I'll be very brief and straight to the point. I also request our speakers to stick to the time that will be allocated, all right? Because I'm aware that you have other things to be done. This is the second 5-year phase of Plead, which began in March 2023 after soft launch of the program by Mr. Joseph Borrell Fonteles, the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, and also the Vice President of the Commission. This is the part I need to get your attention. This is a 35.3 million euro project. In Kenyan shillings, we're talking about 3.5 billion shillings. I was hoping for a round of applause for that one, for the European Union for being a fantastic partner in ensuring justice is served even to the downtrodden. This is in partnership that will build on the gains made in improving the administration of justice during phase 1 and support the government of Kenya's renewed justice sector reform agenda. So the first phase was implemented by UNODC and the UNDP, which achieved tremendous results, and I'm sure they'll be talking about some of them right here. So I'll guide you through the sessions. We're going to have 2 sessions, okay? The formal launch, followed by substantive consultations in the afternoon for the key issues, all right? Quick housekeeping, the washrooms, you can step out to the left, okay? At the farthest end, you will find the washrooms. There's also more of them to my right. You just step out to the right, you will find ushers there. Kindly keep your phones on silent, all right, to keep minimal interruptions. Before I call on the first speaker, we recognize the presence of all our dignitaries who are here. I wish I could mention all of you, but I'm glad that you're all here. A round of applause for yourselves for making time and keeping time. Thank you very, very much. Also, may I request the Plead team to be upstanding, because without them, this project would not have been realized. Without the contribution, efforts, and expertise of this team, where are they? The Plead team. Kindly be upstanding. We need to recognize them and give them a big round of applause for ensuring that this was done. Without them, this would not have been possible. And also, special thanks to the European Union for this support. Like I mentioned, we're running out of time, so I'll call upon the first speaker, Honorable Anne Amadi. She's the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary of Kenya and the Secretary National Council on the Administration of Justice, to give brief remarks, and then we'll follow the program from there. A round of applause for her. She comes up. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Trevor. The Honorable the Chief Justice, President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, and Chair, National Council on the Administration of Justice, the Head of the European Union Delegation in Kenya, Excellency Henriette Rega. We have the UN Resident Coordinator, Mr. Stephen Jackson. We have the Director Public Prosecution, represented by the Secretary of Public Prosecutions, Dorcas Olduor. We have heads of diplomatic missions with us this morning. I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Twalim Barak, CEO and Secretary, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. We have Brigadier Warioba, John Warioba, Commissioner of Prisons. We have the head of the Witness Protection Agency, Jedida Waruyu. We have the Principal Secretary, Correctional Services, Ms. Muthoni Muriuki. I want to recognize the presence of Mary Mbao from Probation and Aftercare Services. We have the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Eric Theuri. We have Madam Christine Agimba, Chair of the Kenya Law Reform Commission. We have Amandisa from the United Nations Development Program. We have Teresa Mugaza from the IDLO. We have students from different institutions, law students who have also come to join us this morning. We have a lot of invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a cold morning, but lovely nonetheless. My role is really to welcome you this morning to the launch of the Plead 2 program, and it's great to see everybody here. Thank you for honoring the invite to be here with us this morning, all representing the justice sector, both states and non-state. Honorable Chief Justice, ladies and gentlemen, sometime in January 2022, the High Representative of the EU for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Mr. Joseph Borrell, together with the Honorable the Chief Justice, Martha Koome, participated in a ribbon cutting session to symbolize the European Union's commitment to supporting this program. We are here to galvanize on this collective undertaking, appreciating that Plead 2 is a continuation of a very robust cooperation that started in Kenya in the year 2018 with the Plead 1 program. I know that the negotiations and the conceptualization and the consultations started way back in 2014, and I'm glad that Plead 1 ended successfully, and we're here to celebrate the launch of Plead 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the partnership that we have here has already realized considerable achievements in the improvement of the administration of justice, and we'll be hearing more about this from our successive speakers during the course of the morning. The main focus of Plead 2 is to ensure, just as Plead 1 did, that no one is left behind. Nobody in the justice sector is left behind. And this is really demonstrated by the presence of all of us this morning, representing different agencies. And most of us have been beneficiaries of the Plead 1 project. With your continued collaboration and support, and with the continued generous contribution by the European Union, Plead 2 aspires to expand on the successes that we've already realized for the benefit of all Kenyans. Plead 2 aims to address capacity needs and the persistent bottlenecks affecting service delivery in the justice sector. And this is in line with the theme for today, which is reinforcing the rule of law, increasing access to justice, efficiency and accountability of institutions, and better use of technology. Plead 2, just like Plead 1, is a program that will last 5 years, but its effects and impact are intended for posterity. And we are optimistic that the positive impacts of this project will be felt far beyond the program period. This will be accomplished through strengthening the rule of law, enhancing access to justice in line with today's theme. And I suppose we all remember that one of the lingering impacts of Plead 1, which will continue under Plead 2, is the technological support that we received with the onset of COVID-19 in 2020. We had to shift quickly to the use of technology in dispensing justice, and we are all in agreement that there is no turning back. The gains that we achieved at that time continue to be enjoyed by all our consumers, the justice sector consumers, all our stakeholders. None of us wants to go back to the past. So this support, much as it was geared towards addressing COVID-19 during that challenging transitional period, it ushered us into a new era of justice supported by digital solutions and technology. And this is one of the areas that we'll continue to focus on, and we hope that it will make the entire justice sector what we all intend it to be. I just want to take this opportunity to appreciate the efforts and the participation of all the agencies that are represented here. All our agencies, everyone did their bit, and that led to the successes that we're going to hear about shortly. We do not take it for granted, and we look forward to greater collaboration as we begin the second phase of the Plead program. We welcome the 5-year partnership and look forward to the support of all of us so that we can realize this shared vision. With those few remarks, allow me to welcome the Vice Chair of the NCAJ, Director of Public Prosecutions, represented by the Secretary of Public Prosecutions, Madam Dorcas Oduor, to make some introductory remarks. Thank you very much. We look forward to a great day together.
Good morning. I'm humbled to be here on behalf of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Nudin Haji, who is the Vice Chair of the NCAJ. Allow me to convey his apologies. He intended to be here this morning, but he was bereaved of a very close family member last night. And as you know, he had to travel very early in the morning because they only have 22 24 hours for interment. I therefore convey his deepest apologies for not making it to this meeting. My Ladyship, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya and Chairperson of the National Council on the Administration of Justice, Hon. Justice Martha Koome, Representative of the Attorney General, Honorable Justin Muturi, representatives of the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government, Her Excellency the Ambassador of the European Union Delegation to Kenya, Ambassador Harriet Greger, UN Resident Coordinator to Kenya, Mr. Stephen Jackson, Chief Registrar of the Judiciary of Kenya and Secretary to the National Council on the Administration of Justice, Honorable Anne Amadi, CEO of the Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Twalib, and the President of the Law Society of Kenya. Other than that, kindly allow me to write or to adopt the protocols as already observed by the Registrar of the High Courts, and I shall continue to read the statement from the Honorable Nudin Haji. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to join you today for the launch of the second phase of the Program for Legal Empowerment and Aid Delivery, that is Plead 2, by the European Union. I'm confident that Plead 2 will build on the achievements of Plead 1 and contribute towards strengthening criminal justice institutions. From the onset, allow me to congratulate the European Union under the stewardship of Her Excellency, the Ambassador Harriet Greger, for the launch of the second phase of the Plead program and the successful implementation of the first phase. In addition, I would like to recognize the UNODC unwavering support through the Plead program under the leadership of Ms. Charity Kirby. Your support has significantly contributed to the realization of the ODPP's commitment to reshaping its prosecution services. Through various initiatives, the UNODC has contributed to the streamlining of delivery of our services, enhanced organizational effectiveness, and safeguarded our professionalism, transparency, efficiency, and accountability. The significance of the stakeholders present in this room underscores the importance of collaboration and partnership in enhancing access to justice. It is through our collective efforts that we can achieve our shared goal of strengthening the criminal justice sector. While there is a desire and need for strong and independent institutions, significant progress towards accountability and the rule of law is possible through our joint efforts. Indeed, in recognition of the need for strong interagency cooperation and collaboration, the first phase of Plead, through the National Council on Administration of Justice, NCAJ, implemented strategic measures geared towards strengthening partnership in crime prevention, resulting in the development of harmonized approaches to justice delivery and promotion of the rule of law. In this regard, there is a need to finalize the NCAJ bill to provide a framework for effective cooperation and collaboration. Furthermore, the ODPP recognizes that continuous capacity building and lifelong learning is central to the effective delivery of justice. In line with this, we have established the Prosecution Training Institute to spearhead training and capacity building of criminal justice practitioners within the region on effective prosecution. In addition, the PTI will spearhead research on jurisprudential development as well as legal innovation. Colleagues, we therefore welcome the implementation of Plead 2's objective, which is to reinforce the rule of law, improve access to justice, increase efficiency and accountability in the justice system, and use of technology as an enabler of justice in Kenya. As such, we are pleased to note that the desired outcomes of the program are in tandem with the ODPP's key priority areas, notably the fight against corruption. As a key member of the NCAJ Anti-Corruption Committee, the ODPP commits itself towards spearheading anti-corruption initiatives. We believe that this committee provides a platform for the consolidation of criminal justice efforts in the fight against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our expectation that the second phase of the Plead program will leverage on the existing digital platform to enhance e-justice to promote transparency, accountability, and trust in the justice system. With the growing need for agility and adaptability, e-justice will position the criminal justice system to meet the evolving needs of the 21st century. I urge all stakeholders to embrace the vision towards a digitally enabled, interconnected justice system that will serve all Kenyans with fairness, equity, and efficiency. Moreover, the program's emphasis on green justice is a timely intervention in response to an emerging global issue. As the world moves towards more environmentally conscious practices, it is essential to see dedicated efforts by the program to incorporate environmental sustainability into justice delivery. I encourage my colleagues in the criminal justice sector to embrace the opportunity to revolutionize operations in line with the objectives of the Green Justice Initiative. In conclusion, let us reflect on the insightful words of Winston Churchill. Everyone can recognize history when it happens. Everyone can recognize history after it has happened. But only the wise man knows at the moment what is vital and permanent, what is lasting and memorable. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity to make history. Let us seize the moment. Thank you so much, Nudin Haji, Director of Public Prosecutions.
All right, thank you very, very much. Another round of applause. Like you heard, it's about ensuring no man is left behind. No man or woman is left behind in the administration of justice. So without any further ado, because we're trying to catch up on time, I'd like to call upon Ms. Charity Kagwi. She's the head of Anti-Corruption, Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program, to come to the podium. She's also a former prosecutor for Kenya and International Criminal Tribunal in Rwanda. She's a lady with vast experience when it comes to matters judicial service and service delivery to the people. But as she's coming up, I'd like us to play a video. Bring your attention to the screen so that you see what Plead 1 impact was all about. That way you get to understand why Plead 2 was necessary and what was achieved in Plead 1. As that video is being played, I'd like to call upon Ms. Charity to come and stand by so that we try and catch up on time. Ms. Charity Kagwi, like I mentioned, she's the head of Anti-Corruption, Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program, to make a presentation on Plead 2 key elements. But for now, let's see that video first on what Plead 1 achieved so that we understand why Plead 2 is necessary. I'd like to get your kind attention to the screen, all right? I was hoping I was not going to see myself there, but yeah, clearly. All right, any moment from now we'll get that video, and then you'll see why this program is important. Also, we want to recognize the students who are all here. They are the future, and they're here to ensure that justice is served to every single person. During the preparations, we were talking about this, and I mentioned that this is about ensuring everyone is covered in the justice system, including my grandmother in the village who may not understand what the learned friends talk about. She too has a right to be taken care of, and justice delayed is justice denied. So can I get your attention to the video up here? Right after that, Charity will take the podium, all right?
Naitwa Rehema Mgiriama, naishi Wioni na ni probation officer katika ofisi ya Lamu. Kazi ya probation ni sana sana ni kifungo cha nje. Tunafanya kazi na court, na katika siku ya kawaida tunaanza na ofisi, tunaangalia zile ripoti ambazo zinatakikana kotini kwa huo muda. Ripoti ambazo tunapatiwa kutoka koti ni sana sana tunaziita kama pre-sentence report, ambapo tunapatiwa fursa ya kufanya social inquiry katika jamii. Nilipoingia mara ya kwanza nilifanywa training hapa katika ofisi kupitia wakubwa zangu. Baada ya muda tukapelekwa katika training ambayo tulikuwa tunaita blended induction. Katika hiyo blended induction ilikuwa ni online class. ambao tulifanya kwa muda wa wiki 3, alafu wiki ya mwisho kwa hiyo ni ya 4 tulienda physical KSG Mombasa. Hiyo training ilikuwa inasimamiwa na UNODC katika program ambayo inaitwa Plead. Na katika hiyo training tulikuwa tunafundishwa sana kuhusu skills zile ambazo tunaweza kutumia kama probation officer.
This is an incredibly high investment that the EU made in sub-Saharan Africa, the strongest injustice sector reform in sub-Saharan Africa. And we all know that the justice sector is the most sensitive sector of all of our development cooperation. So this depends a lot on the ownership of the institutions.
Recently, Foboli trained 20 paralegals from 10 wards of Lamu County to support the community in various ways and lift them to the National Paralegal Society of Kenya and National Legal Aid Services for accreditation. The paralegal work includes giving legal advice and assistance, including drafting documents, screening clients, tracing court or case files, following up on GPV and child abuse cases, and liaising with justice actors for specific matter.
Through the Plead, we've been able to support the court user committees and the process some of the challenges that have come through. For instance, having a child-friendly justice system that preserves the best interest of the child. Focusing on the vulnerable groups is very strategic, not only for the EU, but also for this country or for any other country in the region. Because once you enhance and empower the capacities of the vulnerable groups, then obviously you have invested in the future that is sustainable. Plead 1 has established a very good foundation for access to justice, and we can't let go. We must continue and move to the next level.
Ndani kwa tumeenda kuvua katika hayo maisha, katika pilika zetu za uvuvi, tukabahatika Coast Guard wakaja katukamata.
Tulikuwa tumeshikwa na hizo neti ambazo kwamba ni haramu. Sasa na sisi tulikuwa hatujui kwa kweli, tukawa tumekamatwa na Coast Guard,
lakini kwa vile utulivu wetu na unyenyekevu wetu wakatuelewa na wakabidi watusamehe.
Hiyo ofisi ambayo kwamba tumepelekwa hapo ni ofisi ya ODPP. Sasa ilikuwa sisi tupelekwe mahakamani, lakini sasa wakatuelimisha pale, kwa kuwa hili kosa sisi ndo la kwanza. Sasa wakatuelimisha kwamba madhara ya zile neti ambazo kwamba sisi tumekamata nazo, ndo kabidi sasa tukapewa barua, tukamenye kusaini hapo kwamba kwa msamaha wa hiyo ofisi kwamba tusishikwe na kosa lingine. Endapo tutakuwa tumeshikwa na kosa lingine, basi kwa sisi ni sugu, vichwa maji. Kwa ufupi, ndani ya miezi 6 mkishikwa na kosa na hili ambalo kwamba sisi leo tunawasamehe, basi litafufuliwa tena. Najisikia furaha kwamba nimekamatwa na kosa, lakini niko huru sahihi. Naendelea na maisha yangu, napambana na familia yangu, maisha yanasonga mbele.
Our idea is that we continue with what we have started, so digitalization, but also the graining of the justice system and the expansion to more counties. Everybody, no matter where he or she is, what her status or what his status is in society, should have equal access and full confidence that justice is delivered.
Moving forward, we are looking at how best do we ensure that all the actors within the justice system are at par in one way or the other.
When you look at the fact that you have a number of state institutions as Plead One, that has played a significant role. Because one, all those partners in Plead One are part of the National Council on the Administration of Justice, which brings all the state and non-state actors together on the same table under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, to really ask ourselves what are the challenges in the justice system, what do we need to do together to make it easier for all of us.
Digitalization has been concentrated on ODPP and the judiciary. We hope within the Plead 2, we'll be able to bring the investigators and other actors to digitize their processes and allow us to have a seamless digital system that will help streamline how things are done within the justice sector.
We will look forward to scaling up the support to increase our technology and improve on our service coverage through the use of technology. We'll continue to require training because training is necessary. It's part and parcel of the work that judges or magistrates do.
All right, a round of applause for EU, UNDP, UNODC for ensuring this is possible, because it's all about access to justice. And without any further ado, I'd like to call upon Ms. Charity Kagwe, Head of Anti-Corruption, Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program, to make a presentation alongside Dan from UNODP. A round of applause for them. They have promised me that they will only take 7 minutes, 30 seconds. All right?
Yes, thank you. And allow me to just adopt the protocols that have been set out by the Registrar of the High Court. And before I go into Plead 2, I'm going to just give a small snapshot of Plead 1. I know you saw the video, but really a snapshot of Plead 1 shows that the vision of the justice sector was to decongest prisons. As you saw in the video, most of the people in prison are those who have been held for petty crimes, mostly in remand centers, people who are unable to raise bail, people who are unable to raise fines, and so you find that they stay longer in the criminal justice system. So the support that through the EU that was given to the justice system, in which we partnered to work on alternatives to imprisonment and decongestion of prisons. Some of the very innovative things that happened, you can see the list over here, and which is not exhaustive, is the alternative justice policy. This policy, I think, is the first of its sort in the whole continent, and it's supposed to draw upon alternative justice systems, which is one of the ways in which most Kenyans approach justice. And it's going to continue to be a focus of Plead 2. We supported the justice system and partnered with them with their vision. So like the DPP's vision on his strategic plan of retooling, recasting, and relearning. The prosecution service was to be a 21st century service that delivered service to the people in a quick and efficient way. The judiciary, at the same time, worked on ways in which they could decongest prisons. The vision of the CJ when it came to making bail available, and especially to children, in which she champions. And now I believe children are entitled to free bond, free bail, and they are entitled to support through her support on Wakili wa Watoto. And we continue to be a leader through the justice sector vision in the region when it comes to issues of dealing with people who are the most vulnerable. I think a saying was said by Nelson Mandela that you can only judge a community by how it treats its most vulnerable.
And for this, we really have to applaud the justice sector for really looking at the most vulnerable. I'm not going to go into too much of this. Dan will talk about the work, and let me say that Dan is a co-chair in our UNDSF. He works with UNDP and has quite a lot of background when it comes to his legal expertise. So UNDP has worked on support on the other side with CSOs that hold duty bearers accountable for the promises that they have made to the Kenyan population. And this program continues to work together with UNDP. Also not mentioned here is that NLAS was a beneficiary of Plead 1. And Plead 1 worked at helping NLAS or supporting NLAS to be operationalized. I believe the program continues to be ongoing. And in the afternoon section, the head of governance from the EU will talk a little bit more about this support. There's also support coming to other NGOs, and this also will be expounded on in the afternoon section. So we do hope that we keep many of you for the afternoon section. So if you see this, amongst the policy documents that were developed, was also a lot of support when it came to equipment to the justice sector. This is just a snapshot. And really, the EU, through a justice needs survey of equipment, looked at key equipment that would support the justice sector in reaching their mandate, giving efficient and quick service, and also helping them to work as, to have their mental health when you're working, especially during the time of COVID. So amongst this, I really want to mention the teleconferencing and video conferencing equipment that was handed over during COVID. I think this equipment saved lots of lives, both in the justice sector as well as with the prisons. There's also support to solar and greening work within several courts to keep the courts running, even if there were issues with electricity cuts, especially during the time when we had the drought. Now, going into Plead 2, as has been said by the Honorable Registrar, Plead 2 builds on Plead 1. Plead 2 is an expansion. It expands on the counties, and it expands on the institutions. The counties under Plead 1 were 12. The counties under Plead 2 are 19. The partners have also been added. One of the things that the Chief Justice has always said is the justice chain is as strong as its weakest link. And in that way, other institutions have been added. Key amongst them has been the EACC, especially with the mandate on anti-corruption. I must note that the President, in many of his speeches, has said that anyone who is serious about fighting corruption must build institutions. So based on this vision, we are happy to partner with you in issues such as anti-corruption. Kenya Prisons needs to also be part of this process so that the prison is not a revolving door in which people come in and out and are not able to be reintegrated into the society. And of course, civil society that will be led by UNDP is going to be a key element of Plead 2. So just to note that the strategic content of Plead 2 is based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. And here you see very many UN bodies present today. I notice the Human Rights body. I also notice UN Women, UNICEF. We all fall under the strategic plan that was developed together with the government that dealt with people and peace. The issue being here to support accountable institutions and transformational governance systems. I think one of the great wins that we have seen in Kenya is that despite going through very trying times, including very contested elections, the justice institutions have held the ground and will quote a well-said statement that together we can go far. Alone we can only go fast. We do need to go far, and we owe it to the Kenyan people, and especially those who are most vulnerable. So just to note that this Plead 2 is entrenched in the national priorities of the Kenyan government. The Kenyan Vision 2030, the social transformation through justice that has been led by the Chief Justice, the ICT policy, because Plead 2 will be looking a lot at digitalization as an enabler of justice. As Ms. Anna Madi said, digitalization was key to delivery of justice during COVID. There is no going back. We are in the digital age. We intend to continue and to build on this. Of course, anti-corruption remains a key area and is also in line with the strategy of the government. Here are the 4 outcomes. I'm not going to read them out. We have discussed with the partners that these are the 4 outcomes that we'll be running through during the next 5 years. And there will also be direct funding to other and civil society organizations that will be run directly through the EU. Now I'm going to give over the next part of the presentation to Dan, who is the co-chair of Outcome 1 in UNDCEF.
Thank you very much, Charity, Your Honor, the Chief Justice, all protocols observed. Let me just go straight. I think from the outcomes, you recognize that really a whole of society and whole of government approach is required to attain providing the public education, providing legal aid and access to justice, also acting as accountability actors within the communities they act in. Developing, of course, policy alternatives and policy options that are evidence-based
governors, political candidates, and different people were able to align issues of access to justice directly into their manifestos. And it makes me very pleased and excited that as we speak today, most of the people and most of the institutions that had previously considered themselves as non-traditional actors are now at the center stage of these conversations, enhancing and providing access to justice to the poor and vulnerable communities. And finally, allow me, on behalf of the civil society organization that we represent, on behalf of the Project Steering Committee of UNDP Kenya programs that I do co-chair with my good friend Mandisa Mashologo, but of course also Anthony Ngororano as the representative of UNDP here in Kenya, to take this opportunity to sincerely appreciate the European Union for providing all these resources. I've been in the sector of civil society for close to 19 years now, and I will tell you that this Plead 1 program was a game changer on matters access to justice. And I will tell you that the EU, in having been in the sector for about 19 years, I will tell you that the EU is actually justice sector and the access to justice agenda. But we are very glad that the last 5 years and now another 5 years we'll be concentrating and focusing on this particular agenda. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues in the sector, I say asanteni sana, and we look forward to very serious and productive engagement in Plead 2. Asanteni.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for Yusuf Lule, the chairperson, Project Steering Committee, Mkeni, Kenya, and thank you so much for keeping time. Let me call upon Dr. Stephen Jackson from the UN Resident Coordinator to Kenya. He tells me that he has a lot of examples of the impact that this has had, but he will keep it brief. He also just needs 3 minutes, 30 seconds, but he has a lot of examples of the impact this has created. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. First I hear of 3 minutes, 30 seconds, but I will certainly do my best. Honorable Chief Justice, Ambassador Geiger, my sisters P.S. Muthoni and Madam Registrar, and my brothers, Tony Gororano and Neil Walsh, respectively, the leaders of UNDP and UNODC, whose leadership is so critical to what we're launching today. Excellencies, friends, speaking for the entire United Nations family in Kenya, I want to say what a privilege it is to launch with you today this partnership, or I should say phase 2 of this extraordinary partnership between the European Union, the government and people of Kenya, and the United Nations to improve still further Kenya's justice services, the settlement of disputes, and the use of alternatives to imprisonment. At the UN, we're really committed to helping Kenya find innovative approaches to better serve her people and her communities, and I think we will all agree that launching this second iteration of Plead really constitutes one of those innovative approaches. Ambassador Geiger, we have a steadfast partnership between the European Union and the United Nations in Kenya. I really want to salute it, and it has many dimensions, but I think you'd agree with me that this is really one of the flagships. And it sits, as we've already heard from Charity, right at the heart of the UN-Kenya 4-year cooperation framework and our focus on people and peace. And it's really helping ensure that UNODC and UNDP together can help Kenya translate vision into reality. Madam Chief Justice, if any further signal were needed of Kenya's independent, confident, expert, and judicious judiciary, your determinant role in the resolution of the disputes around the 2022 elections provided that signal. And I feel confident, speaking on behalf of the international partners, in congratulating you, Madam Chief Justice, and your court one more time for that leadership and that courage that you showed and that contributed so strongly to the consolidation of Kenya's democratic culture. And I see Plead 2 as following in a direct line from that, because Plead 2 is designed to support the Republic of Kenya's adherence to international norms and standards on crime prevention, criminal justice, anti-corruption and human rights, but perhaps more importantly, her national constitution's commitments in those same areas. And I think Plead 2 is going to be a really
well thought out contribution to the justice reform agenda, to the priorities of key criminal justice institutions and citizens' expectations, building on the lessons from phase 1. So let me salute the leadership of the justice sector. By signing the program's agreement today, I think all of us together are committing to continue and deepen that strategic alliance, an alliance that puts robust, proportionate, lawful justice reform at the center. Let me very quickly, friends, highlight just a few of the key features on which this program focuses, on which UNDP and UNODC, with the support of many others from within the UN family, will be carrying forward. First of all, interventions, as we've heard, on integrity training, accountability mechanisms, countering corruption. In line with His Excellency the President's overall agenda for digitalization, Plead 2 will be supporting an inclusive, human-centric digital transformation and the development of a harmonized digital, legal and regulatory framework. Privacy by design and mitigation of cyber threats. We'll be helping the justice sector to mainstream human rights into the delivery of justice, with leaving no one behind at the core. Madam Chief Justice concentrated so hard on extending access to justice, which is really one of the core facets of leaving no one behind. I'm really proud that Plead Plead 2 will bake in a focus on gendered access to justice, and I hope, Madam Chief Justice, will continue to support you in your efforts to promote justice for children. And I want to salute you for your leadership there. Finally, I'll just highlight support to critical infrastructure improvements at selected courts and court stations, installing solar power to ensure reliable access to the internet, to allow you to do your work, the construction of sanitation facilities. These are basic, fundamental things that Plead 2 will also do. Friends, as I conclude, moderator, you'll be happy to hear. What I have described, I think, could be seen as something of a tall order. Plead 2 is highly ambitious, but then so is Kenya. Kenya is a rightly ambitious country that I am confident is going to continue to deliver on those ambitions. I think that the goals that we've set together, European Union, the judiciary of Kenya and the United Nations, I think the goals we've set for Plead 2 are achievable because all of us here are committed. That's why we're here in this room. And so I just really want to conclude by wishing you
All right, thank you very, very much. That is Dr. Stephen Jackson. Another round of applause for Dr. Stephen Jackson, mostly for keeping time and for a brilliant presentation. Thank you very, very much. And I'd like to recognize the presence of Honorable Isaac Mwaura, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Office of the Prime CS. Thank you so much for making time. And now I'd call upon Mary Mudhoni Murioki. She's the PS on Correctional Services at the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. On behalf of Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior, just yesterday they announced that they're going to decongest prisons and ensure there's one prisoner, one mattress, and one bed. So she's also promised me, having said that, she'll only need 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
correction, it is 1 prisoner, 1 bed, 1 mattress.
Thank you very much. 1 prisoner, 1 bed, 1 mattress. Asante sana.
Madam Justice Martha Koome, Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, Her Excellency Henriette Ga, Ambassador European Union Delegation to Kenya, my brother Dr. Jackson, UN Resident Coordinator to Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The CS is immensely committed to this cause and sent his regards, and equally sent me with a message which I'm going to read. I am indeed honored to be here this morning to take part in the launch of the second phase of the program for legal empowerment and aid delivery in Kenya. Allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the European Union and the Plead team for the enormous achievement made during Plead 1, which has laid the foundation to reinforce the rule of law through improved access to justice, increased efficiency, accountability, and use of technology as an enabler of justice. I note with great appreciation the achievement made by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration through the State Department for Correctional Services, and in particular probation and aftercare service, through the project PACS evidently achieved in
all the outcomes planned in the Plead 1 framework as follows. Enhanced technical capacity of PACS to manage and supervise alternative sanctions. The department developed and implemented an institutional change program, training manuals, and practice guidelines which will go a long way in strengthening the organization, communication, procurement processes, and management of human resource. The ministry also developed a blended induction training manual for probation officers, which incorporated online and face-to-face learning, enhanced skills training manual, and a training manual for community probation volunteers to enhance the capacity for officers and stakeholders. Using the developed training manuals, 574 newly recruited officers were inducted, trainers trained in various subjects for purposes of sustainability, of measures as alternative to imprisonment. This was undertaken through the collaboration with the Kenya School of Government. To enhance public participation in offender management in the community, further training materials were developed for use in building the capacity for the community probation volunteer. The CPV program is vital in supervision of the released offenders serving non-custodial orders in the community to ensure their effective reintegration and resettlement. The CPV program also complements the work of probation officers. I think we saw the first clip that was played in the screen. Plead enhanced operational capacity for probation and aftercare service. They received 12 vehicles and ICT equipment, that is printers, computers, and this enhanced access to justice for our clients due to improved quality and timely submission of reports and data, as well as improved information management. The Plead project increased the visibility of PACS itself. Through the program, PACS developed a communication strategy, publicity materials, documentaries, and provided an opportunity to contribute articles in the justice sector publications. Issues of children in conflict with the law under the supervision of PACS got an opportunity to express themselves to the world through art. As you very well know, we have probation hostels across the country. I am aware that the art and concerns drew the attention of the European Union and are well documented in the PACS Child and Youth Justice Strategy. I am optimistic that Plead 2 will focus on implementation of this strategy. A data analysis program and case ledgers were purchased. These have transformed the management of data within PACS. Consequently, this has enabled the ministry to comply with the Public Archives and Documentation Service, CAP 19 of 2015, which requires all government institutions to keep records in both soft and hard copy. Reintegration of released offenders improved. The needy and deserving offenders who undergo supervision and rehabilitation in the probation hostels, the vulnerable members of the community who are at risk of offending are key to us. Through Plead 1, PACS institutions received assorted equipment for vocational training. The equipped workshops have equipped offenders with employability skills that keep them off criminal activities once reintegrated back to the community. I want to sincerely thank the European Union for the support in strengthening the use of alternatives to imprisonment. And I think we have equally partnered with the judiciary very well. And thanks to Madam CJ, we have been able to use alternative sentencing. And this year alone, we have been able to plant 250,000 seedlings at Marmanet Forest. I also take this opportunity to thank the Plead team for onboarding Kenya Prison Service and the National Police and adding more focal counties in Plead too. The Kenya Prison Service is very key to the Ministry of Interior and specifically Correctional Services Department. And it's part of the value chain. So we do not want to leave anybody behind. As we move to the next phase of Plead program, I take cognizance that collaboration of all stakeholders in the criminal justice system in Kenya is key to the success of our interventions, especially in areas of prison decongesting, management of serious crimes, data collection, management of policy decision making, and among others, things to do with alternative dispute resolution or alternative justice resolution, which is also very key. It's part of our decongesting program, which is equally ongoing. So Plead 2, I am sure we are going to embed some of these issues in there. I undertake that the ministry will work with the stakeholders to achieve the desired outcomes. We are delivering as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. A better round of applause for Mary Mudhoni Mirioki, PS of Correctional Services at the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. Without any further ado, I'd like to call upon Honorable Isaac Mwaura, Chief Administrative Secretary, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, to make brief remarks on the impact of Plead 2 and the expectations, impact of Plead 1 and expectations for Plead 2, which we are launching today. A round of applause for Honorable Isaac Mwaura. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion.
Thank you very much, Trevor Mbija, Madam CJ, and the head of the UN, my friend Stephen, and all protocols observed. I don't need to make a lot of remarks, just to say thank you very much for this program. I am not just here in just one capacity. As you know, that matter is still before the judiciary. I'm also the chairman of the Albinism Society of Kenya, which has also been taking part on the other side of this project. And I just want to highlight that today morning I was asked by someone to intervene because a certain woman from central Kenya has a child with disability, and because she is not married and living on her father's land, the father had donated some land to the church. And now that he is deceased, the church, in collaboration with the brothers of this lady, were now chasing her away so that they can get more land to the church. And in my capacity as a member of parliament, both in the National Assembly and the Senate for the last 10 years, I've had to really deal with such kind of issues, and including advocates who have run away with clients' money, those with disabilities. Section 38 of the Persons with Disabilities Act calls upon, the government through the Chief Justice to ensure access to justice to those people with disabilities. And I am very glad that the UN and all the collaborating, agencies is very keen to ensure that there is access to justice to bear. I'm particularly concerned about the rights of those with mental disabilities, issues to do with legal capacity, as per Article 12 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. How do we actually create models that are friendly to such individuals? Because it really is a very new ground that is yet to be understood. But also to commend the judiciary, because when we are having virtual sittings, it means that those who have mobility difficulties are able to follow these proceedings from the comfort of their homes or offices. And that, again, is a plus. Only to suggest that even when such is happening, we need to ensure that documents and such other technologies are in accessible formats so that then they become easy in terms of ease of navigation, in terms of sharing documents. And I'm sure there are very good innovations towards that regard. Otherwise, I think this project is extremely important, and I want to endorse it, that it is going to go a long way in reducing the red tape, and of course, ensuring that there is a time-shares delivery of justice. And the fact that it is interfacing human agency in terms of technologies, it's also important, so that then you reduce that element of corruption, as is one of the themes or the objectives of this program. But further to it also is, as the Ministry of Interior has rightly said, that how do you meet the needs of those with disabilities who are offenders? Because there's always this tendency of thinking that if you are a person with disability, you cannot be a thief, you cannot be corrupt, you cannot fall off the law. So again, how do you meet those special needs within the confines of prisons and such other institutions, so that then also you do not infringe upon rights even when you are having sentences being meted upon such individuals that of course have found themselves in that situation. So Madam Chief Justice and the UN, I really want to commend this program and fully endorse it, and I hope it can lead to a more justiciable society that is corruption-free and where really justice is accrued to both men and women. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Isaac Mwaura. Asante sana for making time. Also, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Speaker for Isiolo County, Mohammed Roba. This goes to show that it's a concerted effort and well coordinated from the national government, county governments, and everybody else that is involved, the donors and partners as well. I have the singular opportunity and gratitude to welcome Her Excellency Henrietta Greger, who's the Ambassador, European Union Delegation to Kenya. A round of applause for her. She goes up. I need a better round of applause because she might change her mind on signing the checks. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome, Honorable Anna Madi, Chief Registrar, Honorable P.S. Mary Muriki, Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's justice system is strong. You all have built strong institutions. You have strong leaders. You have qualified and committed personnel, staff. So, first of all, congratulations to all of you, because you are the ones who made Plead 1 a success, a resounding success. So, a round of applause for all of you. So with this first investment in the justice sector reform in Kenya over the years 2017 to 22, the EU is now following with second investment of a similar amount, another 3.5 billion Kenyan shillings in addition. And Plead 1 has built a very strong basis. We know change takes time. That's why we are following up with a new 5-year program and another strong investment. We have been very encouraged by the strong ownership and the leadership of the justice actors. And we know that this Plead program is very much driven by the Kenyan ambitious vision for strong and independent judiciary. So this new program builds on the achievements of the past 5 years, and we have set some new priorities. More focus on the fight against corruption. Many speakers before have said that. Strategic approach to advance digitalization. We are also expanding geographically, and we add 7 additional focal countries, which goes now from 12 to 19 counties. Over the past 5 years, we learned that 2 areas of work need more attention and investment to ensure access to justice for the poor and vulnerable, victims of female genital mutilation, sexual and gender-based violence, and children in contact and conflict with the law. Last but not least, I think you would agree with me that Kenya would benefit from addressing petty crimes in a more strategic manner, including supporting a shift towards an instant traffic fine system, digital of course. We will work on this through Plead 2. Plead 2 will also continue to promote the coordination and discussions led by the National Council for the Administration of Justice, which is and remains the main driver and vehicle for justice sector reform in Kenya. And we all know that the criminal justice chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Prosecutors depend on police investigations, on victims and witnesses to come forward with statements in a fair trial, and judges should be in positions to make sound judgments without external interference. Which is why Plead 2 will look at the entire justice chain. Plead 2 will also continue strong civil society engagement. We have a dedicated component to support CSOs through the existing Amkeni Vakenya facility, especially for the most vulnerable access to justice. Amkeni will reinforce CSOs providing legal services, legal aid services, but we will also encourage a stronger role for civil society in policy dialogue on justice reform and enhance self-regulation capacity for paralegals. There will be also more emphasis on enhancing the watchdog role that CSOs play over the different components of the Plead program to ensure that results are delivered. The Plead program is very flexible and agile. We've responded very fast to move to online court hearings during the COVID-19 pandemic. We supported the installation of solar panels at courts to ensure steady electricity supply. These are just 2 examples of rapid response that improved the efficiency of justice processes and are big money savers for both court users and the justice institutions in Kenya. So, in concluding, the bar is set very high for Plead 2. We have very high expectations for this. But we are very comforted by what we have achieved in Plead 2. So we know we can go for it and we have the tools to make it. And the sky is the limit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for it. Kenya's judiciary is on a good path to become a trailblazer for delivery of justice in Africa and beyond. And the EU is proud to support you. Asanteni sana.
All right, thank you very, very much. Another round of applause for Ms. Henrietta Grega, Ambassador, European Union Delegation to Kenya. She says the sky is the limit and she believes that we have the right people to steer this conversation. All right, for this next session, because we are running out of time, I'd like to call upon the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Honorable Anna Madi. They are the ones tasked with ensuring that this works, to run us through this next phase as we wind up and get to the climax. Another round of applause for her. She goes up there for this next session. Asante sana, Siarte.
Thank you very much, Trevor. May I take this opportunity also to recognize the presence of the Deputy Director, Criminal Investigations, representing the Director, Criminal Investigations, Mr. Kamwende. Karibu sana, thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know the Honorable the Chief Justice for her passion about children's issues, but we also know that she has a lot of passion about the rule of law, constitutionalism, access to justice, efficiency and accountability, and the promotion of automation in the justice sector. Plead 1 has been largely successful, and the success of Plead 2, Honorable Chief Justice, as Ambassador Henriette has said, is having set a very high standard. The pressure is going to be on you as our leader to ensure the success of Plead 2. We know that you have what it takes, and please join me in welcoming the Honorable the Chief Justice to come forward and address us. Chief Justice, please.
Thank you very much. May we please be seated, and a very good morning to everybody. Your Excellency Henrietta Geiger and of the European Union delegation to Kenya, allow me also to adopt the list of protocol that has been recited here this morning and recognize each one of you here present in a very, very special way. You were carefully selected to be invited here because of the work you have been doing to ensure that our people access justice. And therefore, the fundamental role that you are playing in your organization, the civil society organization, our partners, and all the implementing agencies of Plead 1, we honor you, and if I may use a judicial term we colloquially use, I fear you all and I respect you all. Thank you so much for coming to this function, and I fully associate myself with the theme that is developing. Let me say I'm also happy to see Trevor Obinja. I only see him on TV.
Thank you very much, CJ. It's good to see you.
I associate with the theme that we leave no one behind, that there will be people-centered delivery of service, and not only delivery of service, but there will also be people-centered development of policy and laws, and also the implementation of the laws. So I think the clinch today is that no one to be left behind, because we are all for the people. Speaking on behalf of the judiciary and indeed all our colleagues in NCAJ, the justice sector, we agree the Plead program, through the generous contribution of the European Union, has been essential to the realization of the strategic objectives of the justice sector, both as a collective entity and as individual institutions, as we have heard testimonies from the various beneficiaries, including my friend's institution of ensure the efficiency of our institutions. I therefore wish to take this opportunity to thank the European Union and the people of Europe for their valued partnership and commitment towards strengthening all the passion and the commitment you have earned as European Union to this country, because you're committed to see that there is peace, there is prosperity, and there is development of our people. And the ideals that we all seek is to see that we promote a cohesive, accountable, and efficient justice system that indeed impacts on everybody. On behalf of the National Council on the Administration of Justice and the Judiciary, I welcome this important initiative and appreciate the efforts of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, and the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Thank you very much. I hear many people call you Dr. Stephen a brother. You're also a brother to me. In conduct Plead 1, and now as we move on to Plead 2. I also wish to thank UNODC for their technical and material support and dedication to the implementation of the Plead program, and in partnering very closely with the justice sector and all duty bearers. In fact, a stranger would never have known you are not part of the judiciary or any other justice agencies, because you are able to work with us very, very seamlessly in realizing our shared goals of our peace. I also wish to thank my colleagues in the justice sector, especially those who are members of the Plead Steering Committee, for our shared vision and commitment to the program and to the Kenyan people that we serve, represented by the various organizations here, organizations who impact on the people directly. We cannot overlook the unique contribution of UNDP and the civil society organizations, because they keep us all accountable, and we have to remember that whatever we do it for the public, and therefore, and by reminding us of our duty to serve, especially to always remember the least privileged among us. As a result of our collective contributions and shared vision, the Plead program has resulted in tangible impacts for our society and especially for the most vulnerable, bearing testament to our strengthened institutions. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the impact of the Plead 1 program, coordination, user focus, and vulnerable groups digitization is something I would like to commend and speak about. Because Plead 1 has been testament to the power of collaboration, coordination, and cooperation under the NCAJ. Its impact has reverberated across the entire justice sector, creating ripples of change and reform that have touched the lives of countless Kenyans. We have so many recorded positive experiences. Somebody sitting in a village far off in a county with their device, mobile device, is able to follow proceedings, is able to record a statement. That is truly an impact and a positive one, which Plead helped us to achieve by helping us to embrace technology during the COVID and helping us to overcome all the challenges that had impacted us, especially in the judiciary, when we tried to embrace technology. So Plead 1 has shown us that when we pull together, we can indeed push the frontiers of justice for all. The end of term evaluation of the program in 2022, we did attested to the relevance, efficiency, flexibility, and impact of the program in the justice sector and for all the Kenyan society as a whole. In particular, I wish to note the seminal contribution of the program to enhancing coordination in the justice sector. Access to justice for the vulnerable, as you all know, has been an important cause that is close to all our hearts. And when we were developing the vision of the judiciary, we gave it preference and we spelled it out in the third vision of the judiciary. It is therefore with great pride and gratitude that I note the important work of the Plead program in supporting the multi-door approach to justice through our work in supporting the alternative justice systems, including the development of the AJS framework policy and the rollout of county action plans and the training of 354 community service order officers who are helping us with the decongestion of the prisons. Together with other partners, we have also benefited from Plead 1 contributions made towards the areas of child justice, sexual and gender-based justice. We recently held a very successful Africa conference, bringing together to issues of climate change, to speak to issues of the role the judiciary should take in greening our countries and also greening the judiciaries. This intervention has included the installation of solar panels in far-flung and high-court traffic court stations such as the Tononoka, Chanzu, Malsen,
Winam, and Maseno. In this respect, we in the judiciary have noted 80% reduction in power consumption related to costs in some cases. For example, in Gazelle. I think we need to clap for that. That we can use free power from the sun without paying anything. And that should really be the trend. This has inspired the judiciary to consider a novel long-term off-grid plan for all our courts, a proposal that is being considered by the Project Management Committee. The program further aligns with the justice sector renewed focus on technology as an enabler of people-centered justice. Plead 1 stepped in during the height of COVID pandemic to support us in a significant way as we transitioned the judiciary and other key justice delivery agencies like the DPP to e-justice. Recently in Mombasa, we launched a joint e-filing platform together with the ODPP. In this regard, Plead was able to provide the sector with over 600 computers and video conferencing equipment that continue to facilitate access to justice, including for those held in prisons. Sometimes they don't even have to leave prison, travel to court. We are able to conduct virtual hearings. Now, on Plead 2 and the future of the justice sector, we are pleased to note that many of these interventions will continue under Plead 2 to ensure consistency and sustainable impacts, noting that the aspirations motivating Plead 2 program as well are rooted in institutional visions of our justice sector, as it has been demonstrated by Charity on the screen. It is a reality that realizing the dream of accessible and efficient justice system is a huge task, as recognized also by Your Excellency, the EU Ambassador, Madam Henrietta. This becomes pronounced given the reality that as institutions in the justice sector, we are most of the time operating in an environment of constrained financial resources, but with the collaboration and partnership from our partners, including Plead 2, I'm sure this dream of us being able to deliver responsive and people-centered justice will be achievable. The continued thematic focus on digitization will ensure that the developments in the sector continue to be relevant to the current information age, in tandem with those considered to be the cutting edge of justice delivery in the world. I am particularly pleased that Plead 2 will also focus on the emerging area of green justice and reducing the environmental impacts of the justice system. This is a crucial area that we must address to ensure that our justice system is sustainable and people-owned, and indeed that it responds to their aspirations. The addition of anti-corruption as one of the core outcomes of Plead 2 is most welcome. And this afternoon, I'm pleased to announce that the Judiciary Commission, the EACC, to look into our systems, our operations, and advise us on what we need to do as a judiciary to deal with corruption within the judiciary. This afternoon, we are seeing this report, and I guarantee you that we will implement that report as part of our Plead 2 obligation to ensure that we outlaw and firmly deal with issues of corruption within the judiciary. We are also pleased with the broadening of the national beneficiaries of the program that has now brought in EACC, the National Police Service, the Directorate of Children's Services, and the Kenya Prison Services. This is an affirmation of our belief that the future of the justice sector is indeed in collaboration, cooperation, and coordination of all the actors. As all the other speakers have said, justice is a chain and is as weak on one end as it is weak on the other end. This wide-end support will enable systems transform and ensure that the whole justice chain moves at the same pace in terms of ensuring that we have efficiency for all our processes. This is not the time for us to blame each other, but to look at how we can strengthen each other and encourage each other. We also acknowledge the expansion of the program and believe we thank the EU for adding 9 more counties to the program. This makes for a more inclusive program as we see all the core elements of the justice chain represented and supported through this process for a broader reach and impact. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the future of the justice sector in Kenya indeed lies in all of us working together. Our strength lies in our unity, and the dream that we have set is achievable if we work together, because indeed it is a shared vision for all of us to have a just and equitable society. As we move forward, we must remember that we are stronger together, that our collective efforts will yield far greater results than any one of us can achieve alone. We all have a history of trying to act alone in a silo and trying to call out the others, and we have the history documented that this does not work. So what works is us working together as government agencies, government ministries, the judiciary, and everybody, because we all serve the same people. It is therefore my hope that as we continue the good work that began in 2018 with Plead 1, we will see it bring greater results. We will scale greater heights of success in this second phase that will officially commence today. Our collective hope is that this work can continue to bear more fruits well beyond the terminal date of the program, which is December 2027, as a testament to the strong and just institutions that we were all bequeathed as the citizens of this country. I would like to express my gratitude to all the partners involved in Plead 2 and their commitment to improving the administration of justice in Kenya. I look forward to seeing the positive impact. I commit my 150% support to Plead 2 and to our justice system and our country as a whole. Once again, I thank you all, and particularly our dear friends, the people of the European Union who have made sacrifices for us to be able to have this financial support, and for accompanying that financial support with technical support, with so much love and commitment by all the people who have been working on the program, and also partnering with us on this important journey that we embark today. God bless all of us. God bless the European Union and the people of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Madam CJ, just a humble request to officially launch. That Plead 2 is officially launched. In the judiciary, they always say, in God we trust, everybody else you bring evidence, pictures and videos if possible. Madam CJ.
Okay, thank you. And now it is my honor and great privilege to declare that Plead 2 is formally launched.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause as we launch officially the Plead 2. We can focus the cameras over there. Asante sana. This is the official launch, and I'd like to request all of us to be seated so that we continue the next part of this, and we'll have signing of this. Like I mentioned, we have to have evidence. And the first person I'll call to the podium is Her Excellency Henrietta Kwega, Ambassador, European Union Delegation to Kenya, to sign on behalf of the EU. There are pens at the podium. Just walk up to the podium, pick any that you like, any preferred color. Once you sign, kindly remain at the podium. We will take pictures as evidence that you did indeed sign. A round of applause for her. She signs. This is a 35.3 million euro project, which is 3.5 billion Kenya shillings partnership. That I think deserves a round of applause. Kindly remain at the podium. Madam, Her Excellency, kindly remain at the podium as the rest also sign so that we take pictures that you are there. I'd like to call upon the next person to go up and sign is Mr. Anthony Gororano, President Representative UNDP. UNDP is an important partner in this entire system and signing very fast. They are core component of the Plead projects, working with CSOs in partnerships with the EU as well. Once you sign, also remain up there for pictures. Let's have Mr. Neil J. Walsh, Regional Representative, UNODC, Regional Office for Eastern Africa. UNODC has led the implementation of the Plead project with government justice sector actors who are duty bearers of the criminal justice system. And they've maintained a lot of great achievements. Also remain at the podium there. The next person to sign is Brigadier Retired John Kebaso Warioba, EBS, Commissioner General, Kenya Prison Service. They are at the tail end of this implementation, but they are committed to ensure there are reforms and justice for all, including the vulnerable as well. Pick whichever pen you'd like. Kindly append your signature and wait up there for a picture session. You can see members of the media eagerly waiting. Standing by, Mr. Joseph M. Mutari, MBS, Principal Secretary, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens. Mr. Joseph M. Mutari, Principal Secretary for State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens. Also come in and sign your signature there. This is an indication that all are committed to ensure that this works, and there's no better from the Chief Justice herself, who said she's committed 150%. A round of applause for him as well. Mr. Ireri Kamwende, Deputy Director, DCI. The law enforcement are also here to ensure that they too are committed to ensure justice is served equally, regardless of your background. A round of applause for them as they sign up. This is an indication that they are all sure that this will happen going forward. Stand by, Ms. Jedida Waruyo, Director, Witness Protection Agency, also an integral partner, to go and sign up there as well. Ms. Jedida Waruyo, Director for Witness Protection Agency, sign on behalf for WPA. Kindly go up and sign. Asante Sana, also an integral partner. Round of applause for her as she goes up. Thank you very, very much. A representative from CS Interior National Coordination, the representative from CS Interior, that was a PS who came in. Asante Sana PS, also signed to show the commitment that is there. Asante Sana. And followed by Mr. Twalib Mubarak, a crucial partner for Plead 2. Asante Sana. Is a huge focus on anti-corruption on Plead 2, and the presence of Honorable Twalib Mubarak, EACC CEO, the man who calls it like it is when it comes to fighting corruption. His presence here shows that they are committed to ensure that they uphold their end of the bargain. There's a huge focus on anti-corruption on Plead 2, and that's why they're here. Followed by Dorcas Oduor, Deputy DPP, to also go and sign up there and stay up there. You will be guided on how the pictures will be taken. Like we mentioned, that we like to see evidence that there is 150% commitment. And Honorable Anna Madi, CBS, Chief Registrar of the Judiciary of Kenya, and Secretary National Council of the Administration of Justice, that's NCAJ, to sign on behalf of the judiciary. Also, Dr. Moses Maranga, ED NCAJ, will go up there, as I have the singular honor to also call upon Honorable Justice Martha Koome, who is the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, who has already mentioned to all of us here that she is committed 150% to make sure that this happens. And it's not a time for blame game. We're not supposed to blame each other at this point, but to strengthen and hold each other's hand to ensure that justice is served to all. A round of applause for all of them as they sign, evidence showing that they are committed to this. And then we will take the photo sessions. I'm sure we'll arrange them. They are all up there. Let's take the quick photo sessions, my members of the Fourth Estate. I'm sure there's a way you want to do this. You will be requested kindly, everyone at the podium, spread out and ensure that we have this picture over there. William will also be here to show you where to stand. Asante sana. Just move so that we get a proper photo session, including the form that has been signed just now. All right, this will take just a moment. Let's move around and then we'll see how this works. Hold on 1 second. Secretary probation also, and bow to go up to the podium as well. And there's still a few more people that I need to call so that we get this picture, like I mentioned, of evidence showing that this actually happened and Plead 2 has been launched. All right. Stephen Jackson also kindly take to the podium as well to make sure that we get a picture of this. VIPs to just give us 1 moment to get the perfect shot on this. All right. Yes, we can make sure some are on the lower side, others on the upper side. You can move this sign, the placard to the left or to the right to ensure that it is also included on the photo session. All right. This picture goes to confirm that they are 100%. All right. All right. So Stephen, the MC. Okay. Smile for the camera. This is the point where we get solutions to the issues facing the judicial system, and this is a clear commitment that something is being done to ensure that justice is served to everybody, regardless of your social status and exactly from where you are. I always like to mention my grandmother because she too deserves her justice in as much as she may not be able to read or even understand the legal jargon from our learned friends, but she also deserves justice. And that is exactly what is being done here, all right? Thank you very much. For the next session, I'll request the VIPs to step out to my right and officially give the vehicles back first. As we're still upstanding, all of us will have to have the national anthem once we're all settled. Let's all just settle in and then all be upstanding for the national anthem. Before we step out, this is also a national prayer. Call upon us to be just upstanding for the national anthem. As we finish this session, there's an afternoon session which will start at exactly 1 p.m. Kindly stay behind. This will be a more engaging session where we talk to each other and find solutions and make recommendations as well. Lunch will be served at exactly midday. Now, the national anthem. Thank you very much. I'd like to request the VIPs to step out to my right. There's a flagging off session of a donation from the European Union of 4 Land Cruisers, 1 bus, 100 ICT equipment. We will broadcast it here. Everybody else kindly remain seated. We'll show you the flag off on screen before I release you for lunch. It's only the Chief Justice, Her Excellency Marietta Gregor, to head out and do the flag off of 4 Land Cruisers, 1 bus, and 100 ICT equipment that has laptops, also iPads, everything else that is ICT enabling for Plead 1. The launch is going to be broadcasted here. Kindly settle down, and lunch will be served at exactly midday. You will see how this happens. DJ, some little entertainment as we wait for that live link showing the launch. All right, and thank you all for making time. But in the afternoon session, kindly remain behind. That is when we will have a discussion. All right? Thank you very, very much.
kwa ballot box chagua kiongozi wa kweli. Moha Jona la Namu jicho pevu wakianika mkono refu na pickpocket wanyonge na vaa maska za goalkeeper wa home. Wezi ni kerubo Kenya ni kama boxing, hakuna sabu. Work with what we have. Konjata siezi karaka uwe hae shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
Convert airtime to M-Pesa. Now you can convert your airtime to M-Pesa. Imagine converting credo to do. Hiyo credo unatoa credo unabaki na do. Very simple. What you have to do is to download this app. Inaitwa airtime to M-Pesa. Unaidownload pale kwenye Google Play Store. After umedownload, unaweka hiyo airtime unataka kuconvert. Very very simple, very very fast. Shaiweka hivi, uko na dola. Very very simple. So what you have to do, go and download your app. Very simple. So what you have to do, go and download your app. Kuna wale wengine mnapatiwa credit mob sana job na utumie.
Dear Lord, today I come before you for two things. Grateful for keeping me alive even though unajua my day na kutupea Wakenya mnisha. Asante. Sisi ni vipofu na viziwi na tunajua translator wetu walisha dead. 2022 already, si mnajua nani ni prezi, si mnajua nyinyi voters ndio washenzi. Kwani hamjui mdomo yangu ilibatizwa na Wakongwe? So nashanga mbona akili zenyu time ya kura zinajanga shonde. Na hiyo wiki ndio najua jirani yangu wangamjaka, kama kumbe wangamsapere, hata salamu hatapata. Piga tu kura na utalala bila kula. A night of tears. Na nisikiza na macho naona na your ears. Swali, fununu ni ati system education ya udu. Is it true? That's why umepeleka mtoyo wako akasome majuu, while graduates wanashika placard.
Shamba ni langu. Acha nikwambie wewe. Mimi si mama yako. Ila utafanya ni kuondoka na gani wewe?
Mama, si nikupatie 20,000 kupatie karatasi.
Sitaki kusikia mambo ya 20,000, nataka kuona serikali imenisimamia. Hapa ni kwangu. Hakuna mtu atajitoa. Mwende haraka. Tokeni mwenichokesha.
Unajua sisi ndio serikali.
Nasema uende. Hakuna serikali. Serikali iko yangu. Naangalia maskini. Sasa mnakuja na gari hapa mnisumbue. Na ndani zenu. Mnasumbua hapa na mnakuja kunisumbua na shamba langu. Wazazi wenu hawakuwapatia mashamba.
and we can't wait.
Going to be reset. Remember to carry everything you came with as you head out for lunch at the Nyama Choma Lounge. When you come back, the setup will be different. Please be back by 1 p.m. Do not forget anything behind. Another quick announcement, ensure you carry everything with you to the lunch area. It's on your left when you step outside. It's called the Nyama Choma Lounge. All right? Thank you very much. Everybody who's out there, kindly step out and head out for lunch. Thank you very, very much.
One, two, 1, 2. Check mic. 1, 1. 1, 1. Check mic. Check mic. 1. Check 1. Check 1. Check 1. Check 1. Check 1. Check 1. Mic check. Check 1. Check 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2.
Najisikia furaha kwamba nimekamatwa na kosa, lakini niko huru sahihi. Naendelea na maisha yangu, napambana na familia yangu.
Check.
Maisha yanasonga mbele.
Check.
Our idea is that we continue with what we have started, so digitalization, but also the greening of the justice system and the expansion to more counties. Everybody, no matter where he or she is, what her status or what his status is in society, should have equal access and full confidence that justice.
One, two, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. 1, 2.
Mike. All right, sawa. All right, another announcement. Lunch is served at Nyama Choma Lounge. Step out, go to the left. Let me inform the VIPs on this other side. All right, keep my microphone on, tafadhali. All right, quick announcement. I hope the receiver gets this far. Asanteni sana. Sorry to interrupt the session. Sorry to interrupt. Check mic 1. Yes, sorry. Again, I know the networking session is going. Can I kindly ask the VIP in this area to head out for lunch? Step out to the left and head out to Nyama Choma Lounge. Can I get your attention, please? Everyone on this side. Tafadhali. Everyone on this side. I know the networking is ongoing. Kindly step out to the left and head out to Nyama Choma Lounge. Walk through the canopy and lunch is served. We'll be back here at 1 p.m. Quick quick announcement for everybody who's out here. I see the LSK President, Eric Deuri. Kindly step out to the left and head out for lunch. Lunch is served. It's cold weather. We don't want your hot plates to... Tafadhali, step out to the left and head out for lunch.
Nilipoingia mara ya kwanza nilifanyiwa training hapa katika ofisi kupitia wakubwa zangu. Baada ya muda tukapelekwa katika training ambayo tulikuwa tunaita blended induction. Katika hiyo blended induction ilikuwa ni online class ambapo tulifanya kwa muda wa wiki 3. Alafu wiki ya mwisho ilikuwa hiyo ni ya 4 tulienda physical KSG Mombasa. Hiyo training ilikuwa inasimamiwa na UNODC katika program ambayo inaitwa Plead. Na katika hiyo training tulikuwa tuna
of the work that judges or magistrates do.
Naitwa Rehema Mgirema, naishi Wioni na ni probation officer katika ofisi ya Lamu. Kazi ya probation ni sana ni kifungo cha nje. Tunafanya kazi na court na katika siku ya kawaida tunaanza na ofisi, tunaangalia zile ripoti ambazo zinatakikana kotini kwa huo muda. Ripoti ambazo tunapatiwa kutoka koti ni sana tunaziita kama pre-sentence report, ambapo tunapatiwa fursa ya kufanya social inquiry.
All right.
Katika jamii.
Again, another announcement. Lunch is served. Lunch is served. Kindly walk out to the Nyama Choma Lounge. Step out, turn left.
Nilipoingia,
go through the canopy and you'll find lunch served at the Nyama Choma Lounge. This is the time or forever hold your peace. Kindly walk out to Nyama Choma Lounge for lunch. Lunch is served. We only have 1 hour. At exactly 1 p.m. we'll be back here for the next session. Kindly step out to the left and head to Nyama Choma Lounge for lunch. All right?
Uko hiyo ni 4 tulienda physical KSG Mombasa. Hiyo training ilikuwa inasimamiwa na UNODC katika program ambayo inaitwa Plead. Na katika hiyo training tulikuwa tunafundishwa sana kuhusu skills zile ambazo tunaweza kutumia kama probation officer.
Check.
This is an incredibly high investment that the EU made in sub-Saharan Africa, the strongest in justice sector reform in sub-Saharan Africa. And we all know that the justice sector is the most sensitive sector of all of our development corporations. So this depends a lot on the ownership of the institutions.
1 2 sound check again. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 sound check again. Mic check 1 2 mic check 1 2 mic check 1 2 sound check again.
For accreditation, the paralegal work includes giving legal advice and assistance, including drafting documents, screening clients, tracing court or case files, following up on GPV and
Through the Plead, we've been able to support the court user committees and process some of the challenges that have come through For instance, having a child-friendly justice system that preserves the best interest of the child. Focusing on the vulnerable groups is very strategic, not only for the EU, but also for this country or for any other country in the region. Because once you enhance and empower
Check, 1, 2.
the capacities
again, 1, 2.
of the vulnerable groups,
Check, 1, 2. Check, 1,
then
2.
obviously you have invested in the future. Future that is sustainable.
Yes, yes.
Plead 1 has established a very good foundation for access to justice,
again.
and we can't let go. We must continue and move to the next level.
Another announcement for lunch. Head out to Nyamachoma Lounge. Goddamn. For lunch. This is the time. All right? Or forever hold your peace.
Tumeenda kuvua katika maisha katika pilika zetu za uvuvi, tukabahatika Coast Guard wakaja akatukamata.
Tulikuwa tumeshikwa na hizo neti ambazo kwamba ni haramu. Sasa na sisi tulikuwa hatujui kwa kweli, tukawa tumekamatwa na Coast Guard,
lakini kwa vile utulivu wetu na unyenyekevu wetu wakatuelewa na wakatubidi watusamehe.
Hiyo ofisi ambayo kwamba tumepelekwa hapo ni ofisi ya ODPP. Sasa ilikuwa sisi tupelekwe mahakamani, lakini sasa wakatuelimisha pale kwa hili kosa sisi ndo la kwanza. Sasa wakatuelimisha kwamba madhara ya zile neti ambazo kwamba sisi tumekamata nazo, ndo kabidi sasa tukapewa barua tukamwenye kusaini hapo kwamba kwa msamaha wa hiyo ofisi kwamba tusishikwe na kosa lingine. Endapo tutakuwa tumeshikwa na kosa lingine, basi tutakuwa sisi ni sugu vichwa maji. Kwa ufupi, ndani ya miezi 6 mkishikwa na kosa na hili ambalo kwamba sisi leo tunawasamehe, basi litafufuliwa tena. Najisikia furaha kwamba nimekamatwa na kosa, lakini niko huru sahihi. Naendelea na maisha yangu, napambana na familia yangu, maisha yanasonga mbele.
Our idea is that we continue with what we have started, so digitalization, but also the greening of the justice system and the expansion to more counties. Everybody, no matter where he or she is, what her status or what his status is in society, should have equal access and full confidence that justice is delivered.
Moving forward, we are looking at how best do we ensure that all the actors within the justice system are at par in one way or the other.
When you look at the fact that you have a number of state those partners in Plead 1 are part of the National Council on the Administration of Justice, which brings all the state and non-state actors together on the same table under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, to really ask ourselves what are the challenges in the justice system, what do we need to do together to make it easier for all of us.
Digitization has been concentrated on ODPP and the judiciary. We hope within the Plead 2 we'll be able to bring the investigators and other actors to digitize their processes and allow us to have a seamless digital system that will help streamline how things are done within the justice sector.
We will look forward to scaling up the support to increase our technology and improve on our service coverage through the use of technology. We'll continue to require training because training is necessary. It's part and parcel of the work that judges or magistrates do.
Naitwa Rehema Mgirema, naishi Wioni na ni probation officer katika ofisi ya Lamu. Kazi ya probation ni sana ni kifungo cha nje. Tunafanya kazi na court na katika siku ya kawaida tunaanza na ofisi, tunaangalia zile ripoti ambazo zinatakikana kotini kwa huo muda. Ripoti ambazo tunapatiwa kutoka koti ni sana tunaziita kama presentence report, ambapo tunapatiwa fursa ya kufanya social inquiry katika jamii. Nilipoingia mara ya kwanza nilifanywa training hapa katika ofisi kupitia kungu. Baada ya muda tukapelekwa katika training ambayo tulikuwa tunaita blended induction. Katika hiyo blended induction ilikuwa ni online class ambapo tulifanya kwa muda wa wiki 3. Wiki ya mwisho kwa hiyo ni ya 4 tulienda physical KSG Mombasa. Hiyo training ilikuwa inasimamiwa na UNODC katika program ambayo inaitwa Plead. Na katika hiyo training tulikuwa tunafundishwa sana kuhusu skills zile ambazo tunaweza kutumia kama probation officer.
This is an incredibly high investment that the EU made in sub-Saharan Africa, the strongest injustice sector reform in sub-Saharan Africa. And we all know that the justice sector is the most sensitive sector of all of our
Ndio tusamehe. Hiyo ofisi ambayo kwamba tumepelekwa hapo ni ofisi ya ODPP. Sasa ilikuwa sisi tupelekwe mahakamani, lakini sasa wakatuelimisha pale, kwa kuwa hili kosa sisi ndo la kwanza. Sasa wakatuelimisha kwamba madhara ya zile neti ambazo kwamba sisi tumekamata nazo, ndo kabidi sasa tukapewa barua tukamwenye kusaini hapo kwamba kwa msamaha wa hiyo ofisi kwamba tusishikwe na kosa lingine. Endapo tutakuwa tumeshikwa na kosa lingine, basi tutakuwa sisi nsugu vichwa maji. Kwa ufupi, ndani ya miezi 6 basi tutakuliwa tena. Najisikia furaha kwamba nimekamatwa na kosa, lakini niko huru sahihi. Naendelea na maisha yangu, napambana na familia yangu, maisha yanasonga mbele.
Is that we continue with what we have started, so digitalization, but also the greening of the justice system and the expansion to more counties. Everybody, no matter where he or she is, what her status or what his status is in society, and full confidence that justice is delivered.
Moving forward, we are looking at how best do we ensure that all the actors within the justice system are at par in one way or the other.
So when you look at the fact that you have a number of state institutions as Plead One, that has played a significant role. Because one, all those partners in Plead One are part of the National Council on the Administration of Justice, which brings all the state and non-state actors together on the same table under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, to really ask ourselves what are the challenges in the justice system, what do we need to do together to make it easier for all of us.
Digitization has been constantly
screen so that you see where you can sit. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to sit in 6 different groups, okay? We'll project that here. Group number 1, children in conflict and contact with the law. So all you're supposed to do is sit in a group in line with what you do and what you're interested in, okay? Sit in a group in line with what you do and what you're interested in, because there's going to be discussions in that particular thematic area, okay? For example, if there was a group that deals with the media, that's where I would sit, because mini mutu ya magazeti. Now, if you're dealing with children in conflict and contact with the law, that is going to be group 1. In each and every cluster, you will see 2 tables, blue and yellow, okay? There's an indication on the tables. You will see, just pick whichever table that is in line with what you do. Group 1 will be on children in conflict and contact with the law. Group 2 will be justice for women and SGBV victims. You will see them. On the tables, you will see the indication. Sit in the area where your interest lies, or what you are good at, or what you do, what you practice every other day. All right? Because there's going to be discussions relevant to your thematic area. So as you settle down, just pick a table. There are 3 tables, 3 clusters. So just ensure you look at the table talkers on the tables. There's a placard that will show you which category you are seated in. Yeah, so just walk around for now. We haven't started yet, so you have a chance to walk around and find where you fit most precisely. Even if it is not exactly what you do, but it's close to what you understand, then we'd work with that, okay? So I'll leave this up here so that you can see the categories. Match that with the table talkers in front of you. Every cluster has 3 tables, 2 blues and 1 yellow, okay? So if you're in group 2, which deals with justice for women and SGBV victims, you have 3 tables right here in front of me, okay? There are 3 tables right in front of me on my left that deals with justice for women and SGBV. That is group 2. Group 1, I believe, is the one on my right here. Children in conflict, contact with the law. Children in conflict and contact. Look at the table talkers. Where you most fit, that's where you sit. No particular order, just as long as it's down the place that you understand and the conversations that you understand, okay? So, I hope that is clear. As we settle down, you can see the groups. We'll leave the groups up there so that you pick which one you most fit. There are 6 groups. Children in conflict and contact with the law, justice for women and SGBV victims, stepping up the fight against corruption. If that's right down your alley, that is group 3. Group 4 is what next on petty crimes. If you're dealing with petty crimes, sit in group 4. There are extra seats on the side there, so don't worry. If you don't fall in any of these categories, it is fine. But I'm sure at least you will fall in at least one of them. For example, decongesting prisons. Everybody has something to say about that. It doesn't need an expert to understand that this is a necessity and you can be done going forward. Move to instant traffic fines. That is group 6. Priorities to be addressed in the next 2 to 3 years. So for example, if we're talking about decongesting prisons, what are the priorities in your view that should be put forward in the next 2 to 3 years? What should Plead do on this topic? If we're talking about move to instant traffic fines, all right, who are the main actors in this topic in Kenya? Is it the matatu industry? Is it the people? Is it the private vehicles? Is it both of them? So it's going to be a very open conversation. And then one other thing, you will pick a secretary or a group leader who I will give a chance to tell us what your discussion is all about and what your recommendations are. You will all get about 4 minutes each. Group leader. So pick a group leader. Pick a group leader, or I'll randomly pick myself. Pick a group leader. All right, who will speak on your behalf. Summarize those areas, okay? We'll put them up there. You can still see. Make sure you sit in a group that befits what you do and you're most comfortable with, okay? All right? We're about to begin shortly, but as you settle down, find a place and under these categories. 6 groups, all right? I'll be back with more briefing in just a bit. All right, one final announcement. Ensure you belong to a group, tafadhali. Ensure you move to one group or another. On this end, I see, please move to one table. They are in 6 categories. We're about to begin. Kindly move to any of the tables. We have 6 groups: children in conflict, justice for women and SGBV victims. Now this one on group 2, I'm sure everybody has something to say about that. Okay? So it's not necessarily an expert. SGBV, just women and SGBV victims, everybody knows someone at least who has gone through this. What would be your recommendation? Like I mentioned, every day we want to keep our conversation simple, that everybody understands. Because in the end, it's all about justice for all. Leave no man behind, no woman behind, no child behind. Okay? As we settle down on that, kindly clear these seats over there. All right? Spread out. There are more seats on this other side and more groups to join. Pick a group leader. We will allow the group leader to make a quick presentation at some point. We'll also catch up on time. It's already 20 minutes past 1. We are running late. I'd like to get my microphones to the front again before I call the first speaker. All right? All right. Let's have that happening. Let's get the microphone to the front. And then we get the first speaker. The first speaker should get ready, Mr. Alexander Baron. I hope I've pronounced that right. Head of Governance and Macroeconomic Section, EUD in Kenya. You'll also make very brief remarks. Ensure this goes by really fast before I call on the panelists to the stage, all right? Kindly clear those seats over there. Clear those seats over there, and please belong to a group. Everybody has something to say about the next topics we're going to discuss in the groups, all right? My cameras are focusing there, so now we all know everybody who doesn't listen to instructions. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope this works. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandre Baron. I am the head of governance and microeconomics at the EU delegation in Kenya. So it's in my team that we manage the Plead program and now the Plead 2 program. I understand the need to be very brief to make sure that we have enough time for discussion, so I will not make a speech. I would rather share with you a few remarks and a few ideas, not really ideas, but considerations that at least I got and we got in my team as we designed and prepared the ground for the launch of the Plead 2 program. First, I would start by saying that I have been in Kenya for 2.5 years. I arrived here and Plead was already ongoing. And I already immediately saw how important this program was, how involved and committed all the partners from the Kenyan institutions were to this program, and how professional our implementing partners were in implementing this program. So for us, that was an easy task to prepare the ground, and that's something that I did for the past 2 years to make sure that we have this big investment that is made, 35 million euros, for a second phase of Plead. So no protocols this afternoon. I think this is the important part right now. I introduced myself. I would just like to mention that I'm not alone working on that in my team. I would just like to give a shout out to two of my colleagues, Line Urban and Thematic, if you can raise and show a hand. So both of them are also managing the Plead program in my team, and have been incredibly invested and committed to make sure that this program becomes a reality. So thanks a lot to both of you for the work that you do. Now I'm also curious to know in the room who we have. I know the biggest VIPs have left, but for us, all of you are VIPs this afternoon. We've been really selective in the way we sent our invitations to this session. So I would just appreciate if you could just let us know by a show of hands who is from government agencies or the justice institutions here. Okay, we have a few. Now, probably a bit more from civil society organizations. Can you raise your hands? Come on, there must be more than this. I see two hands. I think we heard a lot about the results of Plead 1 this morning, so I will not repeat all the achievements that were made. I would just like to highlight here two features that I saw again when I arrived in Kenya and I saw this program running. On the one hand, it's the agility and the flexibility of Plead, especially on how it was able to address the most urgent needs that arose from the COVID-19 pandemic. And if there was a silver lining to this horrible pandemic that we've been through, I think it was the very interesting uptake of digital solutions by the judiciary and by the various justice institutions, something that Plead has supported very much, which is why we have now, in the second phase, a much more strong emphasis on these aspects. I'll come back to that. The second thing, it's the partnership and the ownership from many agencies and institutions involved in Plead 1. We heard a lot this morning about the judiciary. Of course, the Chief Justice had the spotlight, but it's very important to highlight that Plead is also very much, the success of Plead is also very much related to the participation of the other institutions. So ODPP, the National Police Service, the Witness Protection Agency, Probation and Aftercare Services, Directorate of Children's Services, Department of Justice. Now we're adding EACC and Kenya Prison Service to the partners of Plead. I should mention here especially also the NLAS, the National Legal Aid Service, and the many CSOs that also benefited and worked in various partnerships on Plead. So this was very successful, but this also created a number of difficulties and challenges that we will want to address now in the second phase of Plead. So Plead 2, clearly, and you heard that this morning, we're trying to build on the achievements and to continue the work that has started with Plead 1, especially when it comes to access to justice and legal aid for the most vulnerable and the most marginalized groups. But Plead 2 is starting now, but in fact I should mention that Plead 1 is still ongoing for one component and for still the foreseeable future, which is the component that we have with the National Legal Aid Service on the implementation of the National Legal Aid Act and the operationalization of the National Legal Aid Service. So they are still a partner of Plead, and they still have a contract ongoing with the EU delegation until 2024. So there is still a lot of work to be done, and that will be done together with the National Legal Aid Service. And it's very important that this link is also made with with the institutions that are also partners in Plead 2. For Plead 2, you also heard about the new priorities that we have, essentially two. I would add a third priority to that. So the fight against corruption is this new priority and this new feature that comes with the second phase of Plead. Here we saw, again, as EU, together with the Kenyan institutions, the window of opportunity and the willingness and the appetite of the Kenyan institutions to work much more on these issues. On the side of the EU, we try and follow a mainstreaming approach. So the fight against corruption features in Plead 2, but also features in the other programs that the EU is developing or implementing right now in other sectors as well. Here, it's about improving the capacities of the justice sector as a whole. Again, looking at the whole chain of the justice sector in terms of prevention, investigation, and prosecution of corruption. So we added, as I said, EACC as an important partner to Plead 2, especially to work on these matters of the fight against corruption. But in fact, all institutions, all partners of Plead 2 have a mandate or have a responsibility in the fight against corruption. So this is a feature that will be, again, cross-cutting, mainstreamed across all of the work areas of Plead 2. I should mention here also that we have entered as EU directly with a CSO, a consortium of CSO, a partnership on the fight against corruption, namely Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and Transparency International Kenya. For those of you who were very attentive this morning, you might have noted a small discrepancy in the amounts. Here we mention 34.3 million euros, when in fact it's 35.3 that's communicated officially. This 1 million euros difference is precisely this partnership that we have now with Konrad Adenauer Foundation and with Transparency International Kenya. And I should highlight here, again, that's an integral part of Plead 2. So that's for the fight against corruption. Digitalization is also the other new priority. Again, looking at the achievement of Plead 1, especially in the light of what happened during COVID-19, and also related to the fact that this became an important priority both for the EU and for the government of Kenya. You are probably aware of this government's commitment to digitalize, I think, 5,000 government services by the end of the year. This very ambitious target comes in the context of a very ambitious framework that is the digital master plan and basically the digital transformation of the government services. Of course, this is applicable to the justice sector as well, which is why we want to see also a very strong investment and work on these aspects in Plead 2. But again, not digitalization as an objective in itself. We don't want just to deliver laptops or IT solutions or equipment. The idea is that it's supposed to be an enabler for positive transformation and for more capacities and more effective delivery of justice in the various areas. So attached to digitalization, the principle of inclusion is also absolutely essential to make sure that we do not, let's say, widen the digital gap, especially for those groups of society which do not have access or the skills to the modern and digital tools that are used now. The last priority that I wanted to mention, it's the fact that we would like to see, as EU, more expertise deployed as well from our European member states. You understood, and that was the word from the Chief Justice and from our ambassador, that we see from Europe what is happening in Kenya in the justice sector with a very strong interest, both in terms of the democratic consolidation and the consolidation of the democratic culture in Kenya, but also how Kenya can indeed be a trailblazer in the region and beyond in terms of the modernization of justice. So that's why, in that context, we would like to see more partnerships done with the peer institutions from the EU member states, because we think that they have sometimes stories, experiences, and inspiration to share with the Kenyan institutions, but it goes also the other way. And in fact, I think we have a lot to learn from the work and the reforms that are done by many of the Kenyan institutions in terms of how we modernize the justice systems in our own countries. I could talk for hours about the French system for instance, but I will not. Now, this is the new priorities for Plead 2. What's very important also, it's a few of the key challenges that we have identified when we try to initiate Plead 2. First is, again, this notion of inclusion. We have to be more inclusive, and we really have to walk the walk in terms of our nice commitments around inclusion and giving access to most vulnerable and most marginalized groups. So, of course, the CSOs which are represented here today have a very big role to play, because they are not just actors of service delivery, they are also actors of governance, and they are the voices of those people who do not have the opportunity to have their voice heard. But I think this is also the responsibility and the mandate of all the partners and institutions as duty bearers to make sure that this notion of inclusion is properly done in the second phase, even better. Not that it was not done during the first phase, but we see much more to be done now in the second phase. Kenya Kenya will be the platform to continue empowering civil society organizations to do so, both in terms of the work of CSOs themselves, but we would like also to see how we can capitalize on this Kenya Kenya initiative to empower CSOs to contribute meaningfully in the policy dialogue, in the various discussions that take place in the justice sector. I would like also to mention here the important role to play by the constitutional commissions. They are not formally partners of the Plead 2 program, but they are also a very important stakeholder, and I know some of them are represented in the room this afternoon. In particular, the Public Service Commission, in relation to the fight against corruption, will be an important one. The Commission on Administrative Justice, or the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. These are important stakeholders that should be also involved in all these discussions that we have in the context of Plead. Lastly, the policy dialogue. This is very important for us as development partners. If the EU is putting so much money in the Plead program, it's also because we want to have a voice and we want to have the opportunity to discuss in our strategic dialogue at the highest level with the government of Kenya on these matters related to shared values and principles around rule of law and democracy and human rights. So we see with the Plead program, Plead 2, the opportunity also to revive and reanimate the donor coordination, especially when it comes to support to the justice sector. Lastly, and I'll finish with that, mainstreaming shouldn't be just a buzzword, it should be tangible in the way we work on human rights mainstreaming, on the rights-based approach. On gender mainstreaming, we know that gender is an important part of this program as well, and there is a genuine element and genuine priority on Plead in terms of making sure that women have improved access to justice. SGBV and FGM, of course, are two big topics, but it shouldn't be limited to those two topics. Lastly, disability mainstreaming. I forgot to mention as one of the commissions, we also have the National Council on Persons with Disabilities. And we see this issue of disability mainstreaming and inclusion also as something that needs to feature much more prominently in the second phase of Plead. And there again, the CSOs have a key role to play, but also the National Council has a role to play, both as a government body and as a convening institution for the wider landscape of disability organizations. This is particularly true when it comes to IT and digitalization, for instance, going back to this issue of the digital gap. Just a couple of weeks ago, I attended this very interesting event that was done by this NGO called Enable, together with the Kenya Bureau of Standards. They have developed so-called accessibility standards in the IT sector and related to digital tools. These accessibility standards, again, this is something that needs to be used and implemented everywhere, and that is particularly important to roll out in the justice sector as well. So this morning was about the celebration of the milestone that we have achieved. This afternoon is to identify and acknowledge the real difficulties, challenges, and hard work that is ahead of us, and the many opportunities that we have as well. So this is about how we are going to work together with all of you to meet the high expectations that were expressed this morning and to make sure that Plead 2 is a success. So you saw the program, so you will have first a very brief presentation on the Plead 2 priorities and some of the principles. Then we will have 2 panel discussions around basically the continuation of Plead 1 on what has happened and what still needs to be done in terms of access to justice for the most marginalized and the most vulnerable. And then a second panel on digitalization and the fight against corruption and how one can contribute to the other. Then we'll have the thematic groups. You are all seated in your round tables, and I really appreciate the fact that all the tables are full. I hope they're going to stay full for the whole afternoon, because this is a key moment for us. It's the first one, but it's certainly not the last one. But this is something that as EU we really want to see formalized in Plead 2, how we are going to have these regular consultations with all of the stakeholders, in particular from civil society organizations, to make sure that they contribute to the design, implementation, and monitoring of the work areas under Plead 2. Lastly, it's not part of Plead, but I should mention for the CSOs here that the EU delegation has just launched 2 weeks ago or a week ago a call for proposals. That is our main call for proposals for this year, for 2023. It is, for Kenyan CSOs, the main funding opportunity from the EU this year, set aside the funds that we have for Amkeni Kenya, of course, but it is the main opportunity for CSOs. So if you want to know more about this call, if you don't know about it already, please check the website of the EU delegation, please check our social media, and you'll find all the information that you need to apply to this call, keeping in mind that the deadline is the 5th of June, so not a lot of time. So if you're interested, get onto it now. But for now, thanks for your patience and for listening to me, and I will leave the floor to our moderator to introduce the 2 panels. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for Alexander Baron. And thank you for that correction of 35.3 million euros. I was also corrected by a lady from the judiciary, Madam Lucy. She's still here? She said by the current exchange rate, it is not 3.5 billion Kenya shillings, it is 5 billion Kenya shillings. I believe that one needs a round of applause because it's a lot of money. It's more money than we anticipated. All right? So we'll jump into the next session, which is the panel discussion. Now, this is going to be a very open conversation, a quick but open conversation. We are going to focus on how does digitalization promote the fight against corruption in the justice system. How does digitalization promote the fight against corruption in the justice system? I will allow you to pose your questions, 1 or 2, and also give comments, 1 or 2 people. Of course, I'll ask you to raise your hand if you have a comment once the panel discussion is done. And of course, it will be first come, first serve, as you raise your hand or forever hold your peace. So for now, I'll call upon the EACC representative to take the podium. EACC representative, they will introduce themselves once they pick the microphone, plus where they come from. Not their village, but the organization they come from. All right, that's the EACC representative. A round of applause as it goes up. Thank you so much. You will share a microphone, so just take any seat of your choice. Take any seat of your choice. It is okay. The ODPP, representation from the ODPP. ODPP, anybody from ODPP? Asante sana. A round of applause for him as he goes up. TI Kenya, TI Kenya, TI Kenya. Representation from TI Kenya, Asante sana, going up. A round of applause for him. All right, just follow that format. Ministry of Justice, MOJ. MOJ, a representation from MOJ. Remember, we'll give you a chance to introduce yourself as you make your opening remarks. Ministry of Justice, going once, going twice. Witness Protection Agency, WPA. Witness Protection Agency, a representative from Witness Protection Agency. Witness Protection Agency. All right, going once, going twice. Good. Now we have more microphones. Oh, there you are. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her. She goes up. Or maybe you're coming to brief me. All right. So the question here is, how does digitalization promote the fight against corruption in the justice system. There's a microphone right in front of you. We'll start. Kindly introduce yourself. We'll start from my left. Introduce yourself and the ministry you come from, and just delve in right into the question of how does digitalization promote the fight against corruption in the justice sector. I will come around with the microphone and give also our audience a chance to ask their questions or give their comments as well, because it's an open discussion for all of us to chime in. I'm sure each and every one of us has something to say. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Of course, we will adopt the protocols which were shared in the morning. My name is Jackson Mue. I work as the director in charge of field services and coordination with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. We are proud to be part of the Plead 2 program, and we are very keen to participate and benefit from the program. The question about digitization in the fight against corruption, I think is timely. Digitization is critical in the fight against corruption. Corruption is a crime which is data intensive, which is information intensive, which requires exchange and sharing of information. Digitization provides a platform to enable all this. I will tell you, based on our experience in ESCC, there's a lot of information held by both the private organizations, public organizations, which can be very critical in coming up with the strategies to fight corruption. But this information, the current form in which it exists, does not facilitate efficient sharing of that information. Digitization comes to break down this available information, make it readily available, make it useful, make that information easily broken down in terms of analysis so that we can be able to pick trends which can inform intervention strategies. Because the information as it is now, it is data. Before you draw any conclusion, any leads on available information, it takes laborious work to be done. But once we digitize, we are sure we'll be able to not only become more efficient, because we'll be able to, one, look through the existing information and come up with the strategies which can assist. The justice sector, when we are talking about digitization, works as a chain. We have the investigative agencies, we have the prosecution agencies, we have the justice, we have the judiciary, and in all these chain, the same product walks through the various stages for justice to be realized. The investigative agencies will carry out investigations, which of course will involve a lot of analysis of the information which I talked about, to be able to come up with evidence. The investigative agencies will need to pass this same information to the prosecution agencies. Currently, under a manual system, you will find physical documents, files being carried by investigative agencies, be it ESCC, be it the police, DCI, and being taken to the public prosecution. Once that is done, you can imagine the volume of records which will be given to the prosecution agencies, and perusing through all those records is very laborious. But with the digitization, it will become very easy. For example, the investigative agencies to just be able to transmit an electronic file to the Director of Public Prosecution. The Director of Public Prosecution equally can also, upon perusal, be also able to also pass that information and make the necessary filings with the judiciary. The retrieval mechanisms will be highly enhanced through digitization. It will become very easy to respond to the public. There is a lot of opportunistic corruption which is currently taking place because of the deficiencies around manual records. Take a simple case of a parent who is applying for a birth certificate for a child. a few years back, before we had the e-system, you will make an application for a birth certificate. You will follow for months without end. And in that process, because of that inefficiency, some unethical public officials will find opportunities to bribe for some facilitation in form of bribes for them just to be able to provide, to facilitate registration of a birth. Today, with the digitization, you can make such applications from your home. Just need to log into the existing portals and make an application, make your payment. There is no human interface in it, and receive your birth certificate. That is the power of digitization. I don't want to take more time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, if you have any concerns or questions or comments, we'll save them for the end of this panel. Let me call upon the representative from ODPP to answer that same question. What role does technology play in the investigation and prosecution of corruption? All right. Also, I'll open the floor at the end of this conversation to have a chit-chat with our panelists as well and raise concerns and questions. Start with your introduction, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll adopt the protocols. My name is Joseph Mburugu. I'm a prosecution counsel. I am in charge of Makadara Court Station, which has been described as the busiest court in East and Central Africa. We handle 42 police stations. You cannot talk about digitalization without making reference to the Uadilifu case management system, which is a system developed by the ODPP. Now, this system involves a lot of scanning and backing up of documents. One of the modules in that system is called e-disclosure. Using digitalization, we are able to disclose documents to the Defense Counsel without the physical contact. We are able to disclose documents without having the Defense Counsel or the accused person going physically to the police station. By that, we have reduced the contact between persons, and eventually, any opportunistic corruption has been reduced drastically. Using this system, which is called Uadilifu, we get feedback from the judiciary once they upload in their CTS system. So we are able to tell what has transpired in court at the comfort of our offices. We are able to get the next hearing dates. We are able to get which court has taken plea. And we are able to share this information with the complainants. So again, they will not be needed to go to court to retrieve this information. We are able to share the information with them freely. And again, we have reduced the opportunistic corruption which would have come up when that person went to court or any other place to get the information. Finally, digitalization has really helped to create a backup of information. Previously, we used to have so many cases of files getting lost, police files not being found. But with digitalization, we have a backup of all our police files. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But Joseph, just out of curiosity, because I know I said I'll open the floor for questions, but now that I have the microphone, I can always jump the queue. You're dealing with 42 police stations. So what are some of the challenges you're facing when it comes to data integrity or even possible breaches, and how are you dealing with it?
Whatever information comes to a Makadara office, we have something we call a central case intake. So everything is received from one central place, and then it is scanned. So the challenge that we have in dealing with the 42 police stations, obviously, is the numbers. So if we assume that each police station brings one case, at any given day in Makadara, we shall have 42 cases. That excludes the DCI and the traffic. So we have a lot of traffic. Like today, we registered 302 cases in Makadara alone. So we have a lot of traffic of police officers and from other investigative agencies, which is a big challenge considering that we are not that many in terms of staffing, but we are managing.
All right. Thank you very much. And the representation from Transparency International, KE, also to take the podium and talk to us about how can technology enhance transparency and accountability in government in the prevention of corruption in the justice system. How can technology enhance transparency and accountability in government in the prevention of corruption in the justice system? Start with introduction, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trevor. Digitization is a very good tool that is helping in the fight against corruption. And the fight against corruption, you can't miss to talk about accountability and transparency because they are like conjoined twins. If you talk about transparency, you can miss out to talk about responsibility, which is accountability. So for digitization, and I want to agree with the predecessors who have just spoken, that indeed digitization is one thing that helps perhaps in the justice system in looking into the case management issues. If you have a well-organized, structured digital platform, then the management of cases from the public and access to justice, and especially by the marginalized people in the community, would be something that we can all applaud and say, yes, if digitization comes into place, then they will easily access justice. One, because data management is very critical. If there is a platform that can manage the data, then manipulation of this data is very minimal. Because the cases of loss of files because of physical handling by people who sometimes they are compromised becomes a thing of the past. So one of the key things, if we have digitized data management systems, especially within our judicial processes or judicial courts, then that manipulation will not be there. Automation again, which again talks into when the processes are automated, there is little physical engagement with human in the processes around justice success, then again, it helps again to reduce issues around corruption, because if a system is very efficient and effective, it makes it easier for these cases to just flow. You can easily see how your case has gone in terms of who the charges have been assigned to your case, who are the lawyers following up on the case, and you can easily follow the flow of information and flow of the management of these cases across the process. And again, I want to also agree with my brother that if there is a system like the Wadilifu, I think it is integrated case management system, within the system, again, that is an example that we have here in Kenya. And it's really, all of us, we can agree that this kind of system that is in place has really helped in terms of fighting this contact with people, and by and large, helping to minimize the corrupt deals that perhaps we would have seen if there is engagement with human people. Think of e-citizen portal, all of us know. Remember the time when you were to go to NTSA to renew your license? What would have happened? It takes so many weeks, so many months, so many years before you get, just because there is manipulation, because you are having contact with people. E-citizen has come. When you're renewing your license, driving license in Kenya, it is taking a quick, turnaround. You get your license. Save for the ones when you're going to get a new license, the biometrics are supposed to be taken and you are told your time has not come, and perhaps that is another story for another day. Huduma mobile app is also another thing that we know is an example that perhaps is helping again digitization of some processes in our country that has helped really to minimize corruption. Let me come back closer to what Transparency International has done. We have had some platforms that we really advocate, and one of it we call Wajibikaji Pamoja. Wajibikaji Pamoja is a web-based system or mechanism that allows people to register their complaints around access to justice, either through SMS, a toll-free number is given, or even you can register it online, and it's followed through. We do refer, we engage with the partners who are supposed to resolve these complaints, and by and large, there is no manipulation in the process because it's a system that is digitized, and you can get also your feedback through the same platform. There is another one that is being championed through government agencies, CAJ, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Office of the Auditor General as well, they call IPCRM, that is Integrated Public Public Complaints Referral Mechanism. I think it's being revived. I know those of us who understand this. It's a tool that helps perhaps when there are issues around service delivery and access to justice from the communities. We have that motto that says there is no wrong door in government offices. So when you receive any complaint that relates to justice system and you are in Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, it's not within your mandate, then you can easily refer these complaints to the relevant institution, and then they are followed through, and then feedback is given to the public. So to us as an institution, Trevor, as I finish, digitization is very critical in the fight against corruption because it minimizes that human contact. Because for us, corruption is you're taking advantage, you're given an opportunity to take care of service delivered to the people. But what you do, you now take that role and you enrich yourself as a person for your own personal gain. So if we have digitized systems, that personal gain will miss because we will be dealing with systems and structures. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much. And we'd like to hear from the Witness Protection Agency perspective. And the question to WPA really here is, how can technology then enhance the protection of high-risk witnesses, such as witnesses in high-impact corruption cases? Because that we know is a challenge. High-risk witnesses, how can technology enhance their protection when it comes to matters corruption?
Thank you for that question. My name is Jedida. I'm the Director, Witness Protection. At the agency, we protect witnesses who have important information and who are at risk or are threatened because of the information that they hold, and also because they are cooperating with the prosecution and also cooperating with any law enforcement agency. At the agency, when you look at the nature of witnesses that we protect, the use of technology then becomes very important in terms of providing protection for that information that they do hold. At the agency, you find that when you have evidence, when you have information, you have to protect the holder of that information. Therefore, technology becomes an important tool to use to protect the identity of the information holder or to protect any identifying information that leads to the identity of the information holder. Therefore, how can you use technology? It's important to use technology in terms of providing a shield for you who needs that information, either in terms of investigation or in terms of evidence through the court process. The use of video conferencing presents the first bar when it comes to issues of hearing, when it comes to issues of pretrial, where you're able to give your evidence in court or in a tribunal, in a commission. And this is especially very important for those that would call whistleblowers or justice collaborators. And justice collaborators are those people who may be part of the criminal enterprise, but have chosen to be part of the state witnesses to provide that evidence. Also, technology can be used to preserve that evidence, and we know the Evidence Act provides an opportunity for us to digitalize, document that evidence before it is heard and recorded and stored. So preserving the evidence that we're using digital technology is an opportunity. The other area that we have, and this is also one of the special protection measures, is the use of voice distortion. Like now, if I was using a voice distortion equipment, even if you knew me through my voice, you would not know who is speaking. So by using that voice distortion technology, we are able then to preserve and protect the identity and any identifying information about the carrier of the information. Indeed, last year during the anniversary, the Human Rights, International Human Rights Day in December, 21 witness protection boxes were launched, which are not only boxes, but they also have digital voice distortion gadgets, so that when you present your information in court, in the 21 court stations, you are able to protect the witness.
The other way is also using technology for surveillance in terms of protecting the witnesses and where they stay, protecting the witnesses in terms of how they communicate. So you're able to use it for surveillance. You also use it for communication in a very discreet way, so that again, you're able to protect the holder of that information. Therefore, technology is very important in terms of protecting very high-end witnesses who are vulnerable in terms of the risk, or threat, or intimidation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me now open the floor for questions and comments. Raise your hand if you have something to say or a contribution to make in terms of how does digitalization promote the fight against corruption in the justice system. If you've interacted with it, I see at the back there, I see one hand and another one over there. So I'll start with your name and then make your contribution. I see there are quite a number. We'll try and fix them and be brief, all right? Let's get another microphone over here. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shege Waitara. I'm a lecturer and an advocate. And I'm the first to appreciate the benefits of digitalization, especially in the court system. It has really reduced the human interface, as has been described, human-to-human interface, and has reduced the opportunities for corruption. Having said that, I was recently applying for a passport, and the process is it's digital. You go on eCitizen, you apply for the passport, then, and so on and so forth. But then you find that at the end, first of all, you have to wait very long to get an appointment, and then you also have to wait very long to get the passport, and then you are told that you don't really have to wait very long, you know? So the point I'm making is that human beings, being very smart, will always find a way to defeat technology. And that's why, for example, even in the apps we use, if you have MS Word on your computer or so on, there are always updates, very frequent updates, especially security updates. Now, my worry is this. Is there a system for updates when it comes to technology in government? Is there a feedback system where you see how effective has this been? How have clever Kenyans managed to work around it? And can it be improved, and is it regular? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Human interference. There's another microphone at the end there, so if you have a question or comment, just raise your hand. All right? Okay, there's one at the front. There was someone here who raised their hand first. Yes. Start with your name, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Kimani Masi. I'm a student, and I wanted to ask the question that because we want to look at digitization, are we ready for the security threats that come with it? Are we equipped to deal with matters of data security, interference, and such? And one of our distinguished speakers talked about the issue of accessibility, but is that really the situation in the ground? Here on your situation kwa ground, if you get what I'm saying, because we have courts in the marginalized areas, how will these people be able to interact with technology? Are you looking at mechanisms of first sensitizing these people on how to use this media and technology and then dispatching it, or what is the way forward? And then another issue is that we talked about the matter of migrating into digitization because the human personnel have a tendency of interfering with documents which are usually in manual copy. So is the question a matter of us migrating to digitization or working more on our personnel? Because even if we will take these documents and put it in a digital form, how sure are we that people will not tap into them and alter this material? So should we be looking at digitization or more on trying to work on ourselves as the personnel and as Kenyans?
Well, this is why I don't want to be a panelist. All right, so there's still more coming through. All right, there's a question at the farthest end. Yes, over there.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more.
Good afternoon.
Mongare Frida Nyakerario, a student from the University of Nairobi. So first of all, I want, of course,
Sorry, let's change that microphone. We'll come to you. In the meantime, let's get you another microphone, then we'll get there. But there's one over here. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Airo from the Paralegal Society of Kenya. And my question goes to the panelists who talked about digitalization. So my question is, how are we protecting that data? Because we've had situations whereby systems are hacked, and this has been very common. We have had, I think the latest one was a university losing its Facebook page. And we've had even students and other people hacking even bank systems and getting away with money. So I'm looking at that critical information within the system. How is it protected? How is it secure that we cannot lose this information and that another person cannot have access to them? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's an open discussion. If you're an IT expert, you can jump in, give us your views as well. Not just the panelists alone. We're talking about data protection. Do we have the microphone to the lady over there? Yes.
Yes, good afternoon once more. Yeah, sorry for the distraction. So, one, I'd of course, I'm one person who really appreciates digitization into how we are embracing it. And again, I mean, it's really isn't the work. These days we are doing things in real time, which is easier as it were even in the back days. So my question goes to Jedida, and it's this: when you're mentioning about ensuring witnesses are safe, of course employing tech and other means, is it depending on the information held or the witness consent, or generally you protect witnesses against any havoc that would, any harm that would come to them? Then of course there's this other issue, how much as we have everything put in the tech system and everything, the DCI, good conduct, the way we apply them and get them. I mean, there's an issue I faced last year when I was running for student leadership in the university. So we had, of course, before you run, you must be cleared by having a good conduct. And I knew I had a good conduct and it was still valid, but on going to look at it, when I'm presenting to the commission, they tell me it's expired. So, and I knew good conducts take at least a year before they get to expire, but these days it's not a year. Are we in agreement? Yeah, these days it doesn't take a year. And this communication, when changes are being made, how public are they made, even for the public to know that these days we are not taking a full year to have a good conduct expire, or at least 6 months or 5 months. So I mean, much as we are having all this, it would be really best that we equally communicate any changes, anything that happens within the system, at least let us know. I shouldn't be having my good conduct thinking it's valid, yet it's invalid. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. I believe we can still get more. There's still more over here. Yes, right in front of you. Yes. Okay, but give it to David Agondoa, then he will translate. Yes. It's all right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joseph Etiang. I am deaf. I work with as the coordinator with the Liverpool LVCT. I'm the disability coordinator. I want to ask about witness protection again, that area. You have talked very well about technology and how you protect the witnesses. But in the area of disability, especially the deaf people, how do you know, we have the interpreter and we have the deaf person. Now, whom do you protect? Thank you.
Interesting question there. David, I think there's still one more on your side over here. Yeah? Still on the same table?
Same table?
There. Okay. All right, I'll come to you in the center. Any more questions? There are quite a number of them. We'll try and get through them because of time. Okay, then I'll come to the front. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thanks so much. My name is Paul Masese from Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance. I think I have a comment. Much as we are going this route, I would challenge especially duty bearers to invest in infrastructure so that we don't say we are digitizing, we are digitalizing, then we forget the needed infrastructure. We have parts of this country where mobile telephone connectivity is a problem. The digital divide can do more harm. Can think about, it depends on the assumptions we make. there are people who might be left out if we pursue digitization or digitalization blindly. So it has to be accompanied by an equal measure of investment in supporting infrastructure. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There's a question here on my right. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Maurice Kaberia. I work as a lawyer with Justice Defenders. So my question will go to the ODPP. Well, I have experienced the good work of digitalization, especially in courts, and the way it has been able to reduce even the congestion of cases in court. But I'm wondering, what is your office doing, especially in terms of maybe hearing matters through virtual platforms? Like, I have an exhibit, I want to produce an exhibit, how do I do that through a digital system? And then, what are you doing with the police in digitizing the investigations? Because most of the times you find most of our people are being arrested and then investigations continue, like in the case of Mackenzie, Nona Yubando yuko kotini. We've never seen him in, the charges. So that's an example. Most of the cases take long, arrests take place even before investigations. What are you doing with the police to be able to digitize their systems, especially in investigations?
All right, thank you very much. Let's take one more here, then get a reaction from our panelists, and then we'll take it from there, all right? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maina Edwin, a fourth-year student pursuing international relations and diplomacy. My question is to all the panelists, because all were discussing about digitalization. Well, it is advised, but one of the specific objectives of the Plead 2 is judicial service to the marginalized communities. And in the ground, in the most parts of Kenya, like in the northeastern and many other parts, there are no network connectivity. So I presume they are being marginalized more because the other part of the country will be using these digital methods, but those other parts of the country won't be having those methods. And then another question to the lady who was, I've forgotten the name, about the witness protection, yeah. There was a lady who was murdered around date 21st February this year from NHIF, and she was shot in Nairobi. It was presumed that the lady was shot because she was a witness on a graft case regarding NHIF. Why wasn't she protected?
All right. Okay. All right. There's a reaction over there. Let's pass the microphone to the front. Dr. Moria. Thank you so much. Then I'll come to the panelists to get a reaction, and then we take it from there. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you to the panelists for the good deliberations. My question is directed to the representative of ODPP. When you were talking, you talked about centralization at the Kandara station. My question is, because we are discussing about technology, and looking at the blockchain technology, decentralization of technology is the issue. We need to avoid intermediaries. So when you talk about centralization, don't you think there's a gap whereby when you use intermediaries, there's a gap of security issue, fraud, and not able to be as transparent and accountable as it ought to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jadida, we'll start with you for reaction because I know we're running out of time and there's a lot that has come your way. And then we'll allow the panelists also to just choose what you're going to respond to. And if there's an IT expert, we'd like to give you a chance also.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'll respond to various questions by now, Maurice, Joseph, and Frida. I think first it's important to know that as the agency, we are guided by the Witness Protection Act, which is a document that you can download and read. We also guided by the Constitution and the data protection. We do not protect all witnesses. We protect witnesses who are at risk, who are threatened or intimidated because of, one, the important information they hold, like in corruption cases, in terror cases, in murder and SGBV cases. Two, because they are cooperating with the prosecution or with any law enforcement agency, including the investigators. That could be the National Police Service, in particular DCI, Independent Policing Oversight Authority, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the EACC, when they are dealing with issues of corruption. So those are the ones we do protect, those who are at risk, and we protect those people who have made requests to us in terms of asking for that protection, because one, that is the way we are going to know by them asking as individuals, or we are referred to those cases by agencies including civil society. Or we come across that information because it's of public interest and public knowledge. So if someone loses their life, we do not know, we do not know. And that is why it's important for us to understand and to know that there's an agency that can backstop in terms of information protection, in terms of evidence. So if you are deaf, in fact, this is my sign language, my sign name. This is my sign name, yes, Jedida. And we have staff who are trained in sign language. So we will not protect you and the sign language interpreter. We will protect you who is at risk, and we will converse with you using sign language. You know, technology, as has been said, is one of the best opportunities in terms of real-time response, access, analysis, and the like. But from a witness protection, it also poses a threat because of digital tracking. So it's a two-edged sword, and it's something that we need to be able to work with to be able to enhance the witness protection. The question around courts. This is one mechanism that is so important to build confidence on a threatened witness or an intimidated witness to be able to deliver their evidence either to the prosecution or to the investigating officer or to the court. It's very, very important that we protect that opportunity, and we need to use technology as it's developing and as it is emerging. You know, this technology that is now being discussed, and we've seen it in movies. We need to bring it real time, and it has happened in some interviews. It's called hologram. I think we can be able to use that in courts to be able to use it for evidence taking and the issues that come with issues of technology in terms of cross-examination. The last thing I want to say is that technology is as good as its users, and it's about what we do with it that enhances access to justice. It is what we do with it in terms of protecting witnesses, because there will be no conviction if there is no witness. There will be no justice if there is no witness. So we have a great opportunity to build our infrastructure, to build the capacity of the individuals who are using it, and to learn, especially from the young, and to learn also from those people who make technology at risk in terms of the hackers, so that we can be able to counter that risk and ensure that witnesses are no longer at risk because of technology. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. From the Transparency International perspective, also a brief reaction to all the questions that have been raised. Thank you so much.
I can take it from here?
Yes,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I missed saying my name when I gave my remarks. My name is Abraham Smisoi, Programs Manager, TI Kenya. I want to pick two things, and I want to agree with Mr. Masese that there is need to build infrastructure when we are thinking about digitization. Because it's useless to invest in digitization and you don't have the requisite infrastructure to support the structure that you want to build around digitization. Number two, I want to agree with Mercy that yes, situation kwa ground is different, and there is need to do a lot of sensitization, and this is what the tire meets the road. Because if you have a very good tool and the people out there who are supposed to consume and utilize the tool, then, and they don't have the capacity, and they're not even aware of the availability of the tool, and they cannot access, tying to the connectivity issue again, then it becomes useless. So I agree that, again, as government, as players in the field of development, there is need, again, to do a lot of sensitization. Invest in sensitizing the community, let them be aware of the availability of these tools, of these structures, so that when it's time to utilize it, then they are able to utilize it and they are available to them each and every time. Thank you.
Asante sana. Joseph, kindly come to the podium. Because of the backlight, there's a bit of interference, so the podium is much clearer.
Thank you. I will respond to the two questions that were directed at ODPP. The first one was by my good friend, Mr. Kaberia, who is also my neighbor. Mr. Kaberia, the hearing of matters virtually, we are guided by the practice directions issued by the Chief Justice. We are still following them. They haven't been amended or repealed. However, as an office, we have become a little bit creative. With the assistance of our partners, that is UNODC, they have assisted us create something we call child-friendly rooms. For instance, in Makadara, you can get one. Using that child-friendly room, a child can testify directly to court inside our office. Our partners have been able to donate the equipment. We are also able to do virtual mentions at the prisons, at the comfort of our offices, the prosecution counsel seated in our office, the magistrate seated in his chamber, and the prison, the accused person and the prison officer inside the industrial area remand. So we have tried to develop these virtual hearings to make it easy. You also asked about what we are doing about digitalization of police. I will answer it in a very comical way. I do not have instructions to respond or to hold brief for the police. But however, we know that they have digital lobbies. And nowadays, when we are reading their files, we insist on the printout from the digital OB. So by insisting on the digital printout, I'm sure we are enhancing their need to have them digitalized. The lady here asked about centralization. I think you got me wrong. When I said we have a central case intake in Makadara, I didn't mean that everything comes to Makadara. I meant that everything under our jurisdiction, that is the 42 police stations, is brought at one central place. We are not disjointed. But central case intake is a requirement and our decision to charge guidelines. So each ODPP office must have one central place where cases are recorded and let alone registered. So you will find a central case intake at our headquarters in Upper Hill. You will find one in Makadara. You will find one in Kibera. You will find one in JKIA. But taking your question further about the decentralization, the Uadilifu case management system is being used in the whole of Nairobi. That is Makadara, Kibera, Milimani, JKIA, and Kahawa. Recently, it was taken to Mombasa. We are being guided by the judiciary. We are going in tandem with the judiciary. As they launch their CTS, we're also launching our Uadilifu. So they have a schedule of how they are launching their CTS and we are following them. I'm aware that next is Kisumu, there is Mandera, and there is Samburu. Thank you. I hope I have responded.
Asante sana. And finally, Mue from EACC.
Thank you for the various questions which have come from the floor. You will agree with me, these are very good questions. And probably the organizers of this forum knew the right people to bring to this meeting. There are many young people here, students, and they are put across very good questions, particularly when we are talking about the issue of digitalization. It's important. What I will do, I will make general expressions on the various issues which I feel I should respond to without necessarily getting to very specific examples. Reason being, we are not discussing any specific system. And therefore, I will, for example, just express myself on the aspect which was raised by the first speaker on the issue of feedback mechanism or updates by in some of the systems which are being used by some government offices. And he gave the example of the system which is currently being used for application of passports. I will agree with him, the application process could be as efficient as has been experienced by some of us. But I will also agree with him, the entire process is not fully digital. There are some still aspects of that process which are still manual, and therefore I will still refer to it as an hybrid system, because a completely digital.
My apologies, we're getting you another microphone. We're getting another microphone right now so that you continue with your reaction. Thank you so much. And then we'll get to the second panel in just a bit. Don't worry, by 4 p.m., we'll let you leave.
What I was saying is, in a fully digitalized system, of course, you will not be having the manual interventions, such as making an application in the portal. Then now you are given an appointment to go and take fingerprints or other related things, which is manual. So when you look at that kind of arrangement, this is still hybrid, and I do believe the next phase is when the other processes which are still manual will also get digitized. That is the time you will be able to get the full efficiency which is anticipated in such systems. But for now, because of that nature, we still have those inefficiencies, but I do believe it is still a lot better than where we came from, where right from the application, it was all manual. You will go and start by queuing, even to receive a form. That you will not need to do now. That is an opinion I'm just expressing on that particular aspect. When the systems are fully implemented, a good system should be able to provide feedback mechanism. You should be able to track. You should be able to track the progress every application is making. And therefore, once the entire process is completed, I do expect then you will be able to monitor even your application from a digital platform. And that way, or even the system itself will be updated to a way where it can actually be able to share updates with you, either through SMS or any other way. But for now, that might not be happening, but it's largely because it's not 100% digital as we speak. Security threats arising from the digitization, which is happening in the processes which we are moving from manual. It is true. This comes with threats. It comes with threats because it is one thing. People are used to doing things in a certain way. So when you change, if the manual system was still providing opportunities for people to take advantage of the processes, when the way it is done because of digitalization, is implemented, of course, you'll find a bit of resistance. You will find a little bit of people getting into the system. As the systems are being built, security infrastructure for the same system should also run parallel so that the systems can be secure enough, because there is no good system for as long as the data integrity of any system cannot be guaranteed. For as long as there can be interference with the data in any system, that is not a good system. A good system should be able to give those assurances, should be able to give that guarantee, so that garbage in, garbage out. If credible data is received in the system, you would expect the end result to reflect the same. But for as long as there are challenges, those ones are what I would want to refer to as teething problems, or basically the next phase in which now the security infrastructure for this system is also being built to be in line with the objective, because the objective is to bring efficiency. The objective is to bring efficiency. So you may find the security systems which are being built, they could be slightly lacking behind the actual development of the live system, but at the end, it is expected that this will be implemented. Is the migration to digital creating the digital divide? Digital divide is a big conversation in the world stage, and it is true that the solution is not just in digitization. For you to reap the full benefits, you must address the issue of the digital divide. How do you address it? As you create system, you must also deal with upgrading of skills of the users. How do you do that? You must create capacity. You must introduce platforms and an environment for which people can be able to learn how to operate these systems, to learn the benefits of this system, to learn how to use these systems. And again, there must be supporting infrastructure to facilitate them, so that you don't get a situation where somebody is telling you, apply for your passport digitally, but you have no network connection. You need that infrastructure to be in place. All of us, we are aware, of course, the infrastructure may not have reached everywhere, but I think, because sometimes it's also good to be kind to ourselves, we will appreciate a lot has been done, but we have not yet realized our full potential. There is need to continue to expand the infrastructure and also modernize the infrastructure, because again, technology interoperability is very critical. Technology which was being used 5 years ago may not work with the technology which is being developed today. And therefore, the issue of system working together is critical. And therefore, all these things must go together so that we can have the full benefit.
Okay.
Because of the challenge arising from all this digitalization, the issue of data integrity, as I've said, is important. The most important thing for us to realize is that I think as a country, we have recognized that challenge. And I do believe that is the reason why the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has been established.
All right.
That is one of the reasons to be able to deal with that. And therefore, that gives us the hope that we have recognized the challenge, and the challenge is being addressed by a professional agency, which can be able to give the necessary policy and device to bring the challenge to a close.
Okay.
Thank you. I can see Trevor
Sorry
wants
for
me
rushing.
to be away. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those estimates there. A hand of applause for all the panelists up there. Asante sana for that insightful conversation. Like I mentioned, it's an open conversation, so we can all chime in and give our ideas and recommendations as well. Now I'd like to request my panelists to step down from the podium, and I call upon the final panelists, who together we will all address how to make alternative justice mechanisms more accountable and in line with the Bill of Rights. I'm sure we all know the cultures where there's a case of open defilement, but there's an agreement by the elders that this is what we do. How do you align that to the Bill of Rights? How to make alternative justice mechanisms more accountable and in line with the Bill of Rights? I'll also allow the audience to ask a few questions or raise concerns. And I promise you by 4 p.m. we'll be done with the entire program. So I request you to just help me achieve that and just give me 1.5 hours so that we get through the final panelists. Let me call upon the AJS chair, if she's here or he is here, Alternative Justice Systems chairperson. Alternative Justice System chairperson, AJS chair, kindly take the podium. Asante sana. Followed by FIDA. Anyone from FIDA? Going once, going twice, FIDA. This is right down your alley. FIDA, representative from FIDA. Same way we did the last time. When you take the microphone, kindly introduce yourself. Any representative from FIDA? Going once, going twice. Nobody from FIDA. Eric Mukoya from Undugu Society. Where's Eric? Eric Mukoya from Undugu Society. Asante sana. Round of applause for him as he goes up. PACS. Any representative from PACS? PACS, that is probation and aftercare. PACS. PACS, are you here? Anybody from PACS? Take the podium, please. Going once, going twice. Nobody from PACS. CROW. CROW, anyone from CROW or CREW? Depending on which nursery school you went to. Mine was Anding Opanga. I may not pronounce it right. CREW or CROW. Any representative, please? Thank you so much. All right, the conversation we are having is how to make alternative justice mechanisms more accountable and in line with the Bill of Rights. We want to end the entire program by 4 p.m., so we'll allow you some time to discuss because we asked you to stay in groups. Remember, there's a poster or a card in the front of the table where you are. It tells you which group you are in and what the discussion is going to be right after this. We'll wind it up all by 4 p.m., all right? So starting now, I'd like to call upon the AJS chair to take the podium and address this concern of ours, that how do you make alternative justice mechanisms more accountable and in line with the Bill of Rights, especially where there's also cultural differences. Thank you very much. We'll also open the floor for comments or questions at the opportune time. Start with your name, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by clarifying that I'm not the chair. My name is Steve Oumakot. I'm the vice chair to the AJS committee. This is a national committee appointed by the Honorable Chief Justice to advance and help in implementing a policy that was launched about 6 years ago. Now, to respond to the question, allow me to make 3 points. First of all, what is AJS? AJS is a short abbreviation for Alternative Justice System. Alternative Justice System is provided for in Article 159(2)(c). It's our sort of creative interpretation of the idea of traditional methods of dispute resolution. So our idea of traditional moves beyond anthropological traditional and includes other regular ways of doing things, including what border borders do, what matatus do, and of course the youth culture. Now back to the question of how do we ensure that alternative justice systems are in tandem with human rights. I think one needs to start by appreciating that alternative justice system originates from the idea that we all agree that we have a right to be different. There's right to difference. And as is the case with all the rights in the Constitution, they are not absolute. There's a framework of limiting those rights. Now, one of the ways of limiting those rights is to see whether they are in tandem with the Constitution, whether they promote human rights, promote human dignity, they promote equality, and all the qualifiers that you have in Article 24 of the Constitution. So that is an important test. We have right to be different, but it is not absolute. And finally, on that question of what should you do, is that we should remember that AJS is not a natural system. It's a constituted system. We constitute it. So it keeps changing. So it's an element that keeps growing. Secondly, you don't start by being bounded in. You choose to be in. So it's a practice of choice. So for that reason, we have suggested one major approach that should be used to help us to ensure that AJS practices are in tandem with human rights. We call this positive and negative test. We say that for you to adjudicate a matter using AJS, the first question should be, are those parties choosing to practice AJS and in their own volition? Nobody is putting them under any pressure. It's their choice from an informed position and because they think it's best for them. That is test number one. We call that the positive test. So first of all, mtu lazima jichagulie. Even if it's people from the same cultural group, no one can force another person to practice any cultural way of life, be it religious, of course, be it also justice system, because they belong to a certain cultural group. The second one is what we call the negative test. Is there any law that exists that prescribes against using AJS to deal with the matter in question? For example, a matter relating to children. The Children's Act is very clear that such a matter, because first the children cannot make a choice, so that cannot be dealt with in AJS. If it is murder, again, the penal code is fairly clear. Matters of sexual offenses, again, the Sexual Offences Act is very clear that those matters, they are matters which can't be dealt with using AJS. So you do that positive test, a negative test, and if you do that test, then you'll make sure that AJS is not used to undermine human rights, it is used to advance human rights. And finally, when the Chief Justice talks about multiple door approach, what does she mean? The multiple door, where AJS is one of the doors, means two things. One, it means that the judiciary is keen to promote people's right to be different. So if people have chosen to use a particular forum, the judiciary is saying, we'll promote it as long as it does not violate human rights. That's the first thing that multiple door means. Secondly, it means you have many options, which means the use of AJS does not deny you opportunity to use the state-based courts. And that's very important. That the fact that you choose to use AJS does not stop you if you want to progress later, to use, let me not use that progress. You want to choose another door later, that door does not exist. So the multiple door approach, the multiple door naming is an expression of our open democracy, that you can choose a fora to use, but it does not close another fora. And in doing so, you'll be ensuring that the practicing of AJS does not undermine human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. All right, next on the podium is Eric Mkoya. Eric Mkoya, on the same subject that we're talking about. How do you make alternative justice mechanisms more accountable and in line with the Bill of Rights? And then I'll allow also panelists and audience to ask their questions and give their comments.
Thanks, Trevor. Good afternoon. Eric Mkoya is my name. I work for Undugu Society of Kenya, but I stand here, I also represent the Project Steering Committee of the UNDP, the civil society side. The question that has been asked is whether we can make AJS systems accountable. We cannot talk about accountability without talking about authority. So there are three things I need to talk about. First is that the moment we start talking about accountability, we start dealing with the informality that is in the AJS systems, which has been its advantage. And so it is the fragile line of saying, we want to be accountable, right? But then that means we will a bit formalize the AJS systems. And the practitioners will tell you the disadvantages of that. The second bit I need to say is that autonomy of AJS systems does not mean they cannot be systematized. So I think the problem is, we think when we systematize AJS processes, then we actually make them formal, just as the court system is like. The third thing I think I need to talk about is the AJS systems largely operate because we want a social justice system that works for all people. And therefore, we need to be asking ourselves, what are those social justice issues that we must deal with? So number one, we want to agree that we have civil matters that left unattended to end up in the criminal justice system. So the AJS system, one, acts as a sieve that many things then do not get the criminal justice system that is already overloaded. So our proposals, or my proposal, one, is that we've recognized AJS in the Constitution, and therefore we need to do what it is required to push that recognition. To do that, we need to create a lot of awareness. We need to create credibility around those systems. We need to create visibility around those systems and therefore create legitimacy that communities must be able to accept that this is a pathway they wish to take. And in doing so, a number of things. One, can we make information available? Access to information is key in that process. Are we able to have programs that then promote AJS alongside the court system? And I think judiciary has taken a step, and we have court annex mediation. The fact that we can push this outside and bring it back to court, it means we require accountability. So what happens, therefore, for systems that are not court annexed? My suggestion would be we need a system that requires some of the AJS platforms to file returns. And when we say filing returns, I want to talk to the committee that Dr. Akoth belongs to. And this committee is an implementation committee. I am suggesting that it should be given more mandate so that then there's an aspect of regulation so that we can test some of the decisions that have been made to ensure that no one's rights were actually violated. But talking about that, it also means that we have certain systems like the paralegal networks. We have just social justice centers. We have justice advisory centers that we must work with because they're grassroots oriented. They are there in the villages and in our estates. And therefore, AJS will work well if they have a mechanism of reaching some of these institutions and working through them. One thing that I need to talk about also is the operationalization of the Legal Aid Act. If you go to the objectives of the Legal Aid Act 2016, one of the objectives is social justice. And therefore, while I appreciate that NLAS has been sending most of us and helping us issues to do with the court, they have a bigger mandate, that is social justice. And we are saying, therefore, that NLAS has a bigger role. So if we want to ensure that human rights are not violated, then NLAS must take its rightful place. The process is longer because the act itself is not even operational. Are we able to identify and accredit some of these institutions? Well, I think Dr. Akoth will tell us that, but one of the things we need to do, in their multiplicity, we may need to identify them and, if possible, accredit them so that then they are known to the public that they can actually be approached. But when I look at the journey that paralegals have taken into accreditation, then I think Plead 2 will either support a bigger version of that, or it might take us another 10 years before we are where we're supposed to be. The other aspect, I think, is the issues of enforcement and compliance when it comes to the decisions that most AJSs make. And it's important then we generate tools that can help us then track in their multiplicity, maybe at the county level, track what they do and how people use. But key to that is to ensure that certain sectors, as Akoth has referred, like children matters, should never. So we should define which sectors that AJS must operate, particularly when we're talking about some cultures. Where I come from, we used to remove teeth at some point. So I'm not so sure if that still works. The other thing is training the AJS actors to understand the discourse of human rights, to understand and underscore how to use that, and therefore there's a bit of training that is required. But the other thing is to build a stakeholder. If you look at the formal courts, we have court users committees that help the court execute its mandate. What is the whole stakeholding around AJS systems in this country? I think if we go that path, there's likelihood that we can increase the opportunities for human rights. Let me give an example of the Environmental Land Court. If you follow the CUC guidelines, and look at the stakeholding that has been defined in the CUC guidelines, and you put those stakeholders alongside the Environmental Land Court, you realize that you'll miss a lot in terms of knowledge and jurisprudence that is supposed to grow, because Environmental Land Court then requires specially trained people to take up that matter.
All right.
The last thing, Trevor, is it possible to link AJS systems to justice actors within a sector? And when we do that, for instance, I will not go to the police when my matter has already been dealt with the wazee wa mtaa kule nyumbani. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very, very much. Another round of applause for him. Eric Mukoya there from Undugu Society. PACS representative, kindly start with your name, introduce yourself, and then answer that same question. Then we'll open the floor for Crew. Yes, Crew is also up there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trevor, and my colleagues. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Shanda Kakaftai. I come from PACS. I'm the head of planning and budgetary issues. And from onset, I want to agree with my colleagues and the members who are here that the alternative justice system is the way to go in terms of providing a platform where justice can be diverted from not going through the normal legal processes, but at certain stages, for certain cases, they don't need to find their way in the criminal chain. As PACS, for those who know us, and I know majority of us, or you may not know us, Professional Aftercare Service deals mostly with communities. As a department, we normally provide reports to courts, what they call social inquiry reports to courts. And where do we get those reports? Those reports will generate the information from within the community, and that means we interact mostly with the community. At the end of the day, after we present the reports to courts, and the court makes an opinion that those offenders who are petty, and I know Grupo is dealing with the petty crimes, who are petty, they don't need to serve their sentences within the prison, but they are supposed to be supervised by professional officers within the community. This also means, as a department, we are in constant interaction with the community. By virtue that as a department, we are always within the community. And we understand it's within the community which is the arena of the victim and the offender. And therefore, by virtue that we have interacted with the community, where the victim has come from, where the offender has come from, where the crime has been committed, at least we have silent information about the whole process. And when you talk about alternative justice system, it is clear there must be a crime which has been committed. But what is the nature of the crime? That is the next question. You may find that the crime might be so petty. You may find that the crime might be so over social in nature. You may find that the crime is pitting members of the same family. You may find that the crime committed is just a matter of revenge. And therefore, where we come in and as a department, the judiciary has also recognized our role by virtue that we have been interacting with the community, that we can assist a lot in the issues of alternative justice. And we are alive in Odaya, where it started by the judiciary. Professional departments played a crucial role in ensuring the system works, and it really worked. How do we do it? Because we are talking about ensuring accountability for human rights, and we are also recognizing there is the offended, and then there is also the offender. So what we normally do at those levels in terms of providing alternatives, there are issues we call mediations. As a department, we conduct mediations. We conduct what we call reconciliations. We conduct what we call conferencing or family conferencing. How do we do it? We bring the parties together. If it's a socially related or a family related kind of offense, we bring them around the table. They have a candid discussion about the issues surrounding the offense, how it was committed, and also we go to the next level to see whether they can seek forgiveness. And if they agree on issues of the level of our reconciliation, our levels of arbitration, because this is an issue which the court may say, can you see whether you can bring these two parties together? And if they can agree, you can come to court and then you tell us, yes, they are ready to agree. And then the court may proceed, given the issues which has been provided and the parties are in the court, and then they agree, yes, we have sorted our issues and we want the matter settled. So at that stage, we ensure each party does not end feeling offended, and at the end of the day, each party feels justice has been administered in their part. Sometimes we may find there might be issues of compensations, and the two parties can agree. In terms of compensations, given the nature of the offense, and because it's an alternative justice, how are we going to go about it? They agree and they put in it writing, and that kind of agreement is posted before the court. And when it is endorsed, the department now proceeds to ensure all the orders made by the court in view of the agreements which are being fostered are there too. So as a department, we are saying, yes, we are there, and we are encouraging the stakeholders in the criminal justice agency. I know ODPP now are coming on board because they are also coming to us on issues of diversion, on issues of plain bargaining. We are also platforms for alternatives to justice to ensure you don't go through the process, but you are diverted at a given stage on a certain agreement. So that's what we normally do, and that's how we enhance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And final panelists from CREW, and as you're coming up from CREW, ponder this question. What opportunities exist for collaboration between alternative justice systems and other actors, such as civil society organizations, religious institutions, and government agencies as well, before I open the floor to only 4 questions or comments? All right?
My name is Milimu Elsie. I work at the Center for Rights, Education and Awareness as the Eliminating Violence Against Women, Girls and Boys Thematic Program lead. Much has been said by Dr. Koth and Mr. Mukoya around the AJS policy, matters to do with autonomy and agency, and rightfully to Trevor's question on parents negotiating or going before elders when their daughter has been defiled. And so, as Dr. Koth said, that is contrary to the Children's Act. And so for me, I'll stick to Article 159.3. Of course, 159.2 of the Constitution advances for alternative justice systems, but 3 really breaks down on matters where AJS cannot touch. And I think Mr. Mukoya touched a bit on that, but for me is to speak on the question how to make alternative justice mechanisms more accountable and in line with the Bill of Rights. And as Dr. Koth said, AJS it keeps changing, yeah? It's not consistent. And for us, as a civil society actor, is to work with these elders within their communities to be able to sensitize and train them. And at the heart of what we do, of course, is matters to do with SGBV and generally women's rights. And for us, that is really speaking to the foundation of why these cultures may be repugnant or contrary to the Constitution. It is to speak to the fact that for a survivor of rape or defilement for that matter, this lives with them for the rest of their lives. These are consequences that stay with them. This is not something that you can easily forget. It's a traumatic experience that kind of lives with you. And for us is to speak to these elders to kind of shift that attitude and cultural norms around them, to speak really for the survivor in this instance, as we train and sensitize them, to speak to why we leave it to the Office of the Prosecution, and why we leave it to them. What is the origin of the Sexual Offences Act? When it was commissioned by the late His Excellency Moi, when he commissioned Justice Njoki Ndung'u, back then, what happened in Meru, within the mixed school, when the boys went into the girls' dormitory and raped them and killed them and beat them up. And again, a lot of media coverage around that time, way back when, over 30, 40 years ago. and what was the plight of women at that time? How was society taking women? Because initially, before the Sexual Offences Act, all of this was just, there was no much penalty around sexual offenses. It had not been given the weight that it truly has. This is something that lives with you, that you require resources continually, psychosocial support, and etc. to get over. And so for us, that is the core of what we do. Engage these elders, and we've been truly blessed through the EU and the UNDP Kenya facility to be able to do that. And we hope that in Plead 2 we'll also be able to do that, because as Dr. Akoth rightfully said, AJS, keeps changing. And so, yeah, for me and for us, that's what I'd say. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very, very much. And now I'll open the floor for questions, only 4 of them. Start from there. That will be one question, another question in the middle, another one over there, and the farthest end. So I'll pick this section. There's going to be only 4 questions. Let's start from there. There should be a microphone in that area. I'll handle this region. Yes, I'll start with you because you're closest to me. Only 4 questions or comments. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Bildad Keke from Victim Protection Board. The challenge with AJS has been there are particular offenses that occur at a region, particularly in the counties, in this county, based on the economic value. I'll give example like in Kisii County, an extension to Nyamira County, there have been issues of land. So every form of violence is revolving around land, everything. So you find that when you say that we are going to take AJS we bring this dispute resolution at AJS at a discussion, you'll find that women will be excluded from the discussion. Because they say that as per our culture, women are not supposed to do what? They're not supposed to participate in such deliberation. We isolate them. The acceptance, it will be a challenge because the same women and girls will find it a problem going to AJS. And that is the problem when it comes to acceptability of AJS. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Panelists, you'll only have 30 seconds to respond. Each will pick 4 questions. Second question is over here. Yes, madam, start with your name.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Wahome. I'm a senior legislative drafter with Kenya Law Reform Commission. So from where I sit, I am the parliamentary draftsman, and I compose of this country's laws, and of half of the litigation in the nation, I am undoubtedly the cause. So mine is more of a comment, not a question. So for AJS, I believe the Legal Aid Act has given you the power has given the AG powers to make regulations, and I think most of what is going to be discussed here, you're going to need criteria on eligibility of who is going to be able to promote AGLS. And what I really wanted to say is Kenya Law Reform is here to ensure that if you need any drafting of legislation, of guidelines or regulations, we are here to help you to enable your cause. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I like how you sneaked that one in there. Let's take a final one over there. There are 2 more. One, yes, trying to include as many as possible. There's a microphone over there. Okay. And then in between here, there's a representative of these tables in between there. And that will be the final one. Then 30 seconds for each and every panelist to react. There must be something you might have forgotten to say. So that will be your chance. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Fidel Apollo from the University of Nairobi School of Law. So my question could be addressed by Mr. Steve Ouma on multiple door approach. I believe you're aware of the online dispute resolution mechanism as an alternative means of settling disputes. So what was addressed with the first panel on matters digitalization of such systems, and maybe the evolution of parties to these disputes, maybe choosing to go by the online dispute resolution mechanism. So my worry is we've had cases of corruption from judges, but is there an oversight committee that can maybe take charge of ensuring that those who are maybe disadvantaged in such mechanisms are fairly treated when determining these cases? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Final question or comment over here? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Odero from Faraja Foundation, and as I speak, I represent clients from the criminal justice sector. And as Eric was finishing his speech, he talked about linking AJS to the justice sector. And there's a gap in between there and the need that the justice system should start having conversations in regards to psychosocial support systems or networks, because you find that someone mentioned a region, and I'll also mention the Rift Valley region, where there's a lot of SGBV cases. Just recently in one of the institutions, we came across cases that quite a number. We are talking of our criminal justice facilities being overpopulated, and funny enough, a big percentage of clients there are of petty offenses, and you find that those in our prison facilities, most of them, you look at the cases, for instance, an old woman who is inside because the son ran away, they were given a free bond and the son just disappeared, and so the woman is in, and you find young girls, 19 years, 20 years, young boys in prison because of petty offenses, and mostly a lot of GBV cases. Is there a way the community can be sensitized? Because when you look at mechanisms, if we don't get to the grassroots, if we don't do a proper baseline to understand regionally the needs of the people and the generative themes that are coming from different regions to determine the correct mechanisms, then we will be having conversations year come, year end. So it's just about time we analyze, as AJS, we analyze the kind of mechanisms that can really help, because people are suffering. If people are in for poverty offenses and yet we have the AJS, then it means Kenyans are really suffering. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll allow my panelists starting from AJS to respond. 30 seconds. Kindly go to the podium for clarity of pictures, and then everybody else to speak. 30 seconds, each closing remarks from my panelists, and then we go to the final session. I want to get you home before traffic. All right.
Thank you very much. Allow me, because you also said that we say the last words. Let me thank, at this stage, also Plead One for really supporting us. UNODC is our anchor supporter. They support bulk of our work. We've also had excellent partnership with UNDP and its networks. And allow me just to emphasize that one thing about the entry of UNODC into supporting us is that they partnered with us when they didn't even understand what we were doing. So we thank them very much for being daring, which was really a good vote of honor. Now, I want to respond to 3 interrelated matters. If women are being excluded, if the minority are being excluded, that is not AJS. Remember what my sister said, you have to go to Article 159, 3 ABC. So if it's excluding anybody, which is a violation of human rights, Article 27 of the Constitution, that's not AJS. We are developing guidelines, and that's the major work of our second phase now. And the guidelines are going to be for 3 typologies. Again, responding to a question that my brother Eric raised, we have suggested 3 typologies of AJS. One, there is autonomous. People are free doing their things, the way you do your weddings, traditional weddings, the way you do your baptisms, the way you do your burials, the way you adjudicate, boundary disputes in a clan mechanism, the way border bases adjudicate. Those are autonomous systems. I think they should remain autonomous. Then there are those we are calling autonomous third party, working with constitutional commissions, working with the NGOs, working with religious bodies. Those ones we think need a little bit more regulation, so that there's a way of making sure that that partnership does not drift towards control. And lastly is court-annexed AJS. And there's a difference between court-annexed AJS and court-annexed mediation. In court-annexed mediation, the mediators need to be accredited by the Deputy Registrar of the High Court. However, for court-annexed AJS, the AJS actors do not need to be accredited. They need to enjoy legitimacy from their basis, so to say. The last question I want to respond to is a question of how about economic, or second last, economic questions and so on. AJS has also a power of social transformation. And that's something I wanted to raise also with the digital group, digital work. We can't lose eyes from the ball. The Constitution is an invitation for social transformation. We are all being asked to become human rights people. So even digitization can also be such that it alienates you from changing your personality, from changing your persona. Digitization must also change me as Steve to be more ethical, to be more accountable. If it alienates me, there's a problem. So social transformation is important. Lastly, online dispute resolution. Now, you all are aware of this program in one of the radio stations called Nipashe, and Patanisho, which is a common so-called form of online dispute resolution. That is not online dispute resolution. Why? The parties do not share consent. Sometimes you are made to say yes because you are being ashamed. Sometimes you are being told to say yes because somebody is laughing at you. So the consent is very, very important in online dispute resolution. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Representative from PAX, 30 seconds. You made, sorry about that. You can take your 30 seconds to answer this. What is the most effective way to support and strengthen the alternative justice system?
Thank you.
In your view?
Thank you very much, Mr. Twifa. I want just to respond to the victim protection on the issue. Some particular offenses are very common in particular regions, and they are particular to that region. Sometimes they may be culturally accepted, but in law, they may not. That's why it's called alternative justice mechanism, whereby it is not casted on stone. The practitioners are trained and are aware they are supposed to customize the system in view of the prevailing environment. If you find an environment in which you are, these are the common, the dominant offenses, which have some cultural connotation. Then the practitioners are aware how to handle them without violating the rights of the victims and the rights of those who have committed the offense. And therefore, what we talk about here is customizing the application of the mechanism in view of the uniqueness of the regions. And I want to believe most of you, we shall work together. As a department, we are implementing this thematic area in Plead 2, and we shall have a lot of conversation with you on how we can move the system and the mechanisms forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Eric, 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thanks, Trevor. I will not be able to speak to what other people have spoken to, but particularly we need to make reference to Article 2.4. Anything customary that is against the Constitution is actually illegal in cases of women and children. I would like to say this, that AJS is part of the justice chain. It should not be looked at as if it operates in abstract. And because of that, we need to have deliberate mechanisms of tying it into the larger justice system, and so actors within a particular region, county, or a social infrastructure need to know that. The other thing I need to talk about is that AJS or any other process of dispute resolution is not an end in itself. If you are dissatisfied, and if you remember Dr. Kaut said that if you don't like it, you can choose another path. So the fact that you could face an injustice in one platform does not disallow you to go to the next platform. The last thing I need to say is that AJS requires champions, people who can propagate and promote AJS so that it has the right legitimacy. Once, as a community, we accept that this is a pathway to go, we have the goodwill and the agency that we require. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Eric. Elsie, as Elsie goes up for her final comments, can I ask all my panelists from session 1 and session 2 to take the podium for a quick photo session before we get to the final part of this program, all right? All the panelists from panel 1 and panel 2 kindly take the podium for a quick photo session, then we get into the final part of our program. Elsie, 30 seconds.
Just in conclusion, I think ideally AJS The reality is our courts are congested, our prisons are congested, and so when we speak to AJS, we really need to firm up, as Dr. Kota said, on guidelines and ensuring the policies are adhered to, and really trying to sensitize, like I said, the elders in place. Because the reality is AJS is here to really transform our lives, and it's also cheaper on individuals seeking justice. It's more easily accessible. So we really have to be champions of AJS.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for all my panelists who made this possible, and for yourselves for making a very engaging session. Now, we're getting to the final part of our program. I'd like to ask all the panelists from session 1 to also come up here for a quick photo session. As they're doing that, I want to project the group work that we had. That's the one we're doing, the final part of it. All the panelists from panel 1 and panel 2, just kindly come up there for a quick photo session. In God we trust. Everybody else must bring verifiable evidence, pictures, videos, texts, everything. So we cannot prove that there was a panel discussion if we don't have pictures of all of you up there. All right, as that is happening, prepare. We're going to do just 15 minutes only, okay? 15 minutes for quick interaction. I need every table to give me who they think is their group leader. That person will have 5 minutes to present, all right? And that will happen in 30 minutes, okay? So it's 3:15 now. In 15 minutes, you're going to discuss on your various areas where you're seated. You can see group 1, for example, is talking about children in conflict and contact with the law. So you're going to discuss your areas on top 3 to 5 priorities to be addressed in that area. What should Plead do on this particular topic? And who are the main actors on this topic in Kenya? And who should join more in-depth discussions, all right? This is only going to take 15 minutes. I want to project the groups up here. So let me make it clear. So this is group 1, okay? They're all the way to group 6. You will have 15 minutes to discuss amongst yourselves, wherever you're seated. Group 1 is talking about children in conflict and contact with the law. They are going to address 4 fundamental questions, okay? 1, what are the top 3 or up to 5 priorities to be addressed in the next 2 to 3 years? This applies to all the groups, by the way. If you look in the placards in front of you, you'll see the questions are similar. The thematic areas are different, but the questions are similar. Top 3 to 5 priorities to be addressed in the next 2 to 3 years. Question 1. Question 2, what should Plead do on this topic? The questions are up there. Who are the main actors on this topic in Kenya? Who should join more in-depth discussions? This will only be a 15-minute session, all right? 15 minutes to discuss. And then each and every group will give me a group leader to come up here and say what you've discussed. You will each have 5 minutes only to summarize what your group has discussed. And that will last us all the way to exactly 4 p.m. I'll get you home before the traffic situation worsens on the road, all right? All right? These are the questions. They will stay there as long as you like. All right? We start the discussions at exactly 3:30. All right, it is already 3:30, but I've noticed the discussions are still ongoing, so we'll add you 15 more minutes. Is that fair? Everybody feels accommodated the 15 minutes? Brilliant. So at 3:45, we start the presentation. It's 15 more minutes.
No, it's just one from all of us. So it will be consolidated.
4 minutes to go. 4 minutes. Should be winding up now. And group 1 should get ready. 4 minutes.
Yes,
we say that there is using agents. Let's connect this student
Mweke sawa, mweke hapa.
All right, and time is up. Time is up. I'm sure this reminds you of the days you're in school. Put your pens down, turn your papers upside down, and stand up. No, you don't need to stand. Group 1. Who's the chair? Who's the chairperson for Group 1? Group 1? No more 5 minutes. No. Do you require more time? By a show of hands, how many people require 5 more minutes? How many do not? Okay, 5 minutes it is. 5 minutes it is. 1 minute, 1 minute. No more additional time, 1 minute. Each group will get 5 minutes to present, and then you'll also submit the paper you wrote on. Okay? 1 minute to go. Actually, the 1 minute is done. Group 1, kindly. Group 1, who's the chairperson? Group 1, you're dealing with children in conflict and contact with the law, answering those 4 questions. You have 5 minutes. Kindly pick your microphone over here. Keep it brief, 5 minutes on the dot. And group 2, get ready. Kindly start with your name and then get into the discussion. The pressure.
So good afternoon once again. So my name is Christine Odero. As I mentioned earlier, I work for Faraja Foundation. It's a social impact organization. We've been working in the criminal justice sector for now 23 years, and we do a lot in offender reintegration, and we work with children. They are under our scholarship program. So I will just relay the views of my group members who we've really explored, and I hope I will capture everything that we have discussed. So in the question of what are the priorities to be addressed in regards to children in conflict with the law, number one, we defined the categories of these children. We have 2 categories. We have children in contact with the law, and then we have children in conflict with the law. So children in contact would just find themselves either for purposes of protection or, for instance, for those accompanying their mothers in prison, they will find themselves having to be with their mothers in prison in their best interest. And we looked at the people handling these children. These children are found in the Boston institutions. These children are handled by the probation and aftercare services. We also work with them extensively in the community, and also they have probation hostels. We have the Department of Children's Services that takes care of quite a number of these children in conflict with the law, in rehabilitation schools. And currently, they're also cutting across because they're looking at the interest of children who are accompanying their mothers in prison by looking at the guideline policies and protection issues in regards to these children. We have the National Task Force under the NCAJ that oversees matters of these children. We have the NCCS and quite a number. If I have forgotten, prison under with the Boston institutions as well. So the priorities, we came up with a number of priorities that sums up to just one objective that maybe much later we will look into. So one of the priorities is that we have several policy documents that are looking at the issues to do with the through care processes, and some, like for instance, just recently there was one that was launched for children in contact with the law who are in prison with their mothers. And we have several, the aftercare policy, and we are a bit keen to know what are the implementation. And therefore, there has been a suggestion that one priority is to establish a follow-up mechanism on the implementation of progress of the policy framework on the child under the justice sector. Because once this mechanism has been established, then we know very well there will be aspects of M&E, there will be working groups that will look into this, there will be multi-sectoral committees that will look into these policies and who is doing what, and they shall be reported in such like forums. Then apart from that, we also said sensitization is a key issue. because the children in conflict with the law, they are there for a reason. I will give one case of, you remember the children who burnt the school. The story out there was that this child has committed an offense, and they went through a lot of rage from the society. But the underlying issues were never brought out. I don't remember any time that there was a committee that presented to the courts a report, an extensive report that informs why such children would behave that way. So we think sensitization is a very important thing on the issues of these children, and talking about alternative mechanisms and systems. Through sensitizations, communities will be determined to come up with various ways of handling these children instead of them ending up in the criminal justice system. Then there's the issue of rehabilitation. The rehabilitation of these children, give an example of, we interact with a lot of them, but the rehabilitation is in question because most were given opportunities, even for scholarship. Sadly enough, some would get pregnant, some would just say they don't want to go to school anymore. So the question is, what is wrong, and what is this thing that is not being interrogated? What is happening with the education? Are they in the formal learning education? When the government is rolling CBC, do they enjoy the same? Then lastly is the reintegration. So because I'm told time is up, which other question is remaining?
Time is up, Christy.
Time is up.
Kindly
So
hand in
who
the
else
papers.
should be part of this? We think schools should be part of this because children are stigmatized. From the institutions, when they go to maybe secondary or TVET, any mistake, and they would come and share their stories, they are stigmatized. Any mistake is put on them. So schools need to be, the school heads and teachers need to be sensitized on the interest of special, not even special, this kind of children.
All right. Thank you,
Religious
Christine.
leaders as well should also be part of this conversation.
Thanks, Christine. We'll publish one of your papers. Kindly hand it in to me, Asante Sana. I'd like to have it. A round of applause for Christine Odero.
Everything.
She was handling Group 1, Children in Conflict and Contact with the Law. Group 2, who is your chair? Group 2, Justice for Women and SGBV Victims. You have 5 minutes. I am literally timing it, so just get straight to the point. All right, Group 2. Group 2, Jennifer, is that you? That was fast in music. Group 2, Justice for Women and SGBV Victims. Group 2, thank you so much. Start with your name, your time starts, and it's the two of you, so it's 2.5 minutes each.
My name
You're
is-
very strict on time. Your time starts now.
My name is Vivian Kabiru from the University of Nairobi, representing Group 2 on justice for women and SGBV victims. So question 1, the top 3 or 5 priorities to be addressed in the next 2 to 3 years. Number 1 is the police or the criminal induction actors who need to be educated on matters SGBV. Number 2, creating awareness and sensitization through media. Number 3, follow-up mechanisms concerning crime suspects who've been released back to their society. Then we have inclusion of men in these conversations around SGBV. Then lastly, we have implementation of policies put in place in counties. Then we have
Hi everyone, my name is Gitaranga Esther. I am the Secretary General, Women Students Welfare Association at the University of Nairobi. So I'll address question number 2, what should Plead do on this topic? Our first recommendation is capacity strengthening for state and non-state agencies, which can be done through a review of the curriculum. It should be one curriculum that is used across all the agencies so that there's no mixed up of how from investigation, arresting, and how the issues are handled. Policies that address online sexual violation across the globe, inclusion and intersectionality of women with disabilities, especially those unmarried but have children. They tend to be abused by their families. We also have facilitate the Victims Protection Board in collecting, classifying, and analyzing data on victims of SGBV and coordination of provision of victim services. The sexual offender registry to be accessible to the public domain. It is there, but it is not accessible to everyone, so we'd like Plead to push with that, and also capacity building for students. I am speaking this as a victim because we are not included in these policies. We sit down and we agree today that Plead is going to work on capacity building, but they do not include the students. These things happen in the community. They also like to happen, so we don't just want to sit at the table anymore now. We want to be included in the kitchen as well. Thank you.
Question three, the main actors. Number one, the victims. They need to know their rights. They need to be self-aware so that these things are not happening to them and they think that it's okay to be raped, it's okay to be beaten, it's okay to be mistreated. Secondly, we have the National Police Service. Then we have the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Victims Protection Board. That's the body in charge of protecting all the victims. We have the National Gender and Equality Commission. Then State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, State Department of Probation and Aftercare Service. We have the Witness Protection Agency, the Ministry of Health. This includes psychological support to the victims, tests, and forensic labs. Then we have media, which is in charge of sensitization and relaying information to the public. Then we also have non-state actors. These are civil societies that deal with SGBV-related issues. Then question 4 is about Victims Protection Board that carry the overall legal responsibilities of all victims. Then again, Ministry of Health shows up here, which will help the victims in delivering them from, traumas, physical abuse, and the likes. Then we have the county government, where we emphasized on CECs that are going to deal with issues on gender and youth. Then lastly, we talked about the national government. This includes the regional commissioner, county commissioner, assistant county commissioner, the chief, village elders, and the Nyumba Kumi initiative. Thank you. That was from group 2.
Sorry, just a minute, please. I forgot to add a point that I think is very pregnant from group 2. We do not have state-owned or rather statutory institutions for GBV victims. So it happens that this organization helped the victims, but then after helping them with the court procedures, they are sent back home, and this is the exact environment where they were violated. So we are increasing the risk of them being violated again, being in the same environment. We request Plead to help us with establishing state-owned institutions to assist the SGBV victims. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. And this group 2, it's like they came with their own people here. Another round of applause for group 2, Asante Sana. And group 3, so we'll be putting up the timer so that you don't say I've rigged on anyone. Stepping up the fight against corruption. You start with your name, and your timer starts the moment you mention your name. So just go straight to the point, all right? The timer will be up there for you to see for yourself. Strictly 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Philip Kagushia from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And in terms of the priority areas which we considered, the first one we spoke about strengthening coordination between the anti-corruption actors. Next would be to digitize enforcement of anti-corruption. Thirdly, capacity development, because we are digitizing, yet there's a risk of leaving some people behind. And fourthly, to adapt to changing norms, because as you're all aware, things are changing, and if you're introducing digital mechanisms, they have to change with the times. Now, on to the next question, what should Plead do? Now, with regard to strengthening coordination between actors in the anti-corruption sector, one of the things we are seeking from Plead is support for integrated efforts And one of the mechanisms that we have is already in existence. This is the Kenya Leadership and Integrity Forum. We can also use the platform of the National Council of Administrative Justice and also support to the multi-agency task force. In terms of capacity, in terms of digitizing enforcement, I'm happy to report to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we already have gone into deep discussion about a case management system. And this is a case management system with various components, and we would like Plead to support the piloting of a case management system. Just for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen, this is a case management system which will cover everything from the day the case is reported, the day it is investigated, when it is adjudicated, and how the matter is settled, bearing in mind that one of the conversations we had today is about alternative justice. With regard to capacity development, it will be important for Plead 2 to support the trainee, integrity training, because you have digitization on one hand, you have tech on one hand, but at the back of this technology are human beings like you and me. And as we are all aware, we are all susceptible to the same threats. We are all likely to fall to temptation. So instead of just having tech and people who are susceptible to corruption, why don't we strengthen their ethics? So that is what I mean when I talk about capacity development. And finally, with regard to adapting to changing norms, one of the things that we discuss as a group is we are currently facing things like cryptocurrency. So the proceeds of corruption can be converted to crypto, and then they could be taken out of this jurisdiction. What are we doing about it? This digitization, is it ready to deal with the changing norms? And it's important for you, ladies and gentlemen, to remember that Kenya is ranked #1 in peer-to-peer trading for crypto. So those are some of the things that we would need to address. Now, who are the main actors? I don't see, Trevor, I don't see my time.
You have 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
Thank you very much. So who are the main actors? It's not necessary for me to repeat because most of you are present. So with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I will talk about who we think should join us. And as a team, we suggested that community-based organizations should be present, faith-based organizations should be present. We believe that the media plays an important role because even in my day-to-day activities, we rely on the media to disseminate information of what we've done in terms of the strides we've made in combating corruption, but we also rely on the media heavily as a source of information for corruption. We have academic institutions. You're all represented heavily, including the 2 young ladies who made the presentation just before me. We believe academic institutions are a repository of knowledge. We would leverage heavily on the research that you've conducted, or even commission the academic institutions to conduct research. I do not believe any anti-corruption efforts will be successful if they are not research-led. So I think academic institutions should be involved. And finally, we have the ordinary citizens. I do not believe I have left anyone out. Oh, I'm sorry. Someone might sulk from my team. I'm so sorry. I have forgotten the Kenya Law Reform Commission. Now, as was mentioned earlier, all the things we have to do need to be transparent so that we are accountable. One way of ensuring that transparency is having documents. You need to have policies, you need to have regulations, and the people who are helping us to draw them up are the KLRC. So with those few remarks, I think I'm right on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Philip Kagushia. You had 15 seconds to go. Thank you very, very much. So we'll be putting up an email. I understand that there's quite a lot that you may have left out, so that you can send your recommendations and your answers to that particular email. It's phoebe.mwangi@un.org. So we'll put up the spelling up there so that you see it. phoebe.mwangi@un.org. We'll put it up there, so do not worry. As soon as you're done with your reactions, you can send an email to that number. Remember, this is a collaborative effort, and it's a 5 billion shilling project. You never know. You might send that email and get a picture of a check right back as a reply. Okay? So please send that email. All right. Group 4, what next on petty crimes? Group 4, what next on petty crimes? Start with your name, and your time starts now. Thank you.
My name is Morris Kaberi. As I said earlier, I work with Justice Defenders Kenya. We were handling the issue about petty offenses. What are petty offenses? Petty offenses are those minor crimes which are punishable by fines or very minimal sentences, like 6 months. So, kama ile kushikwa kwa ulevi, things like those, and touting and all that kind of thing. So we, in answering the first question, our first 3 to 5 priorities were that we employ alternative justice system in handling petty offenses instead of taking these people to prison. You know, the prosecution already is employing the tactic of diversion, whereby they can use diversion to avoid imprisonment. And therefore, because of these petty offenders congest prisons and strain government resources in prisons, therefore it would be better for us to employ such a system. The second one is to advocate for removal of penalties for petty offenses. Maybe even if they are strict offenses, they can have some alternatives instead of punishment or rather imprisonment. That would avoid them being taken to prison and maybe working in the communities and assisting in other areas where they can be able to do that. Of course, the other one is to advocate for change of laws, removing these laws in our systems, because these laws majorly are left here by our colonialists. They are colonial relics. So we need to remove laws like, you know, being drunk at disorderly. We are going to an economy of 24-hour economy. And so who will be drunk at disorderly at 10 when still business is ongoing? So then the next question was, what should Plead do on this topic? So there is another one on the priorities. We can advocate also for the creation of petty offenses courts, like the small claims court, so that these matters can be held elsewhere and decongest our courts. The second question was, what should Plead do? And we have proposed that the Plead should focus on availability of, advocating for availability of resources to the ODPP, such that we can have manpower, we can have resources which are enough to handle matters in courts, especially these matters on petty offenses. So Plead should also advocate for a uniformed classification of what petty offenses are. You realize that police consider petty offenses to be those offenses where they have not taken your fingerprints. But something like being in possession of violent trophies is a serious offense, but they consider, just recently they were considering it to be a petty offense. The Plead can also help in creating awareness, especially to law enforcement officers, and you can make use of academic institutions because they have the capacity to do this for us. I don't see my time.
You have 1 minute 40 seconds.
Number 3 was, who are main actors on this topic in Kenya? I think the law enforcement officers are the main actors here, but also the ODPP, the both institutions, Parliament, and also the Kenya law reforms, because we need to do a thorough advocacy program against these petty offenses if we want to decongest our prisons. And the last one is who should join more in-depth discussions. The National Government Administration Officers, GAO, the chiefs, the sub-chiefs, they should be involved more on this. Universities, academic institutions should be involved in this because they can help in creating awareness and the outreach to the public and all that. Committee on Criminal Justice Reforms for purposes of reforming the law, and also the Kenya law reforms. These are institutions which are mandated to reform our systems, especially our laws in the country, and then they can do this and help us. So thank you. That was our presentation from Group 4.
All right, thank you very, very much. Again, like I mentioned, please send the presentation to phoebe.mwangi@un.org. That is phoebe.mwangi@un.org. Group 5, get ready. Group 5, decongesting prisons. As you go up there, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Where are the members of the Law Journal at the University of Nairobi? Kindly be upstanding. Stand and wave. Law Journal, University of Nairobi. They're also here taking notes and listening to the in-depth discussions, and they will publish. A round of applause for them for staying this long and listening through. We appreciate your presence. All right, start with your name.
My name is Kimani Masi Wamboi, a clinician and a student of law from Strathmore University. So the first question, which entailed the top three to 5 priorities to be addressed to do in the next 2 to 3 years. And the first point we gave is that we need to use alternative dispute resolution for petty cases and crimes. And one might ask, why are we doing this? Because we've seen the overwhelming cases of remandees who are found in prison together with other prisoners. So there's the whole essence of excessive pretrial detention. The second point, removing mandatory minimum sentencing. These are sentencing of between 0 to 3 years, which circles back to having the excessive pretrial detention. The other point was prevention of corruption within the justice system. This is within the police and the judiciary. We know they are very susceptible to corruption. Another point we gave was affordable bail and bond. We know that every arrested person has the right to bail and bond, but we are advocating for affordable bail and bond because it is not reasonable for someone to have stolen something worth 5,000 and they are given a bail of 100,000. That is not affordable. Another point was reviewing sentencing. We have people who have served over 50 years in prisons. So we were talking about the whole issue of reviewing their sentencing and maybe giving them a lesser sentence so that they can get out of the prisons. And lastly, we talked about the whole issue of sensitization and decriminalization. On to the second point, what should Plead do? The first thing is awareness creation, be it in academic institutions, in our societies. Another thing is legal aid, which I think they are already doing in the provision of pro bono services. On top of that, we are talking about the paralegal training, but now looking at the scope of how these services are offered to increase the number of paralegal trainees. Another issue is the capacity building for prosecutors and offenders. Sometimes we kind of feel like the prosecutors do not know their role, so it's good to keep on reminding them what they're supposed to do within the justice system. Then access to information for all stakeholders, from the offenders to the prisons to every single person who is involved in this whole process. Then activate the whole issue of parole. We know that in Kenya, we do not have parole, so we are recommending for it to be introduced. And then in the whole issue of technology, for efficiency in reduction of the backlog of cases. So let's integrate technology so that we can reduce or remove the backlog of cases. On to the next question, which was, who are the main actors in this topic in Kenya? And we divided them into two. We have the suppliers and we have the demand. The suppliers, I mean the police and the office of the ODPP, sorry for that, and also the judiciary. So we know they're the ones who usually try these people and they eventually end up in prison. So the demand, we are talking about the prison, the probation, and also we need to look at the society and other communities like the Power of Mercy Committee. Then who should join in more in the in-depth discussions? And we were talking about the whole issue of religious institutions. Whether we like it or not, Kenya is a country that is founded very much on religious beliefs. So why not include our religious systems, be it Islam, be it Christianity, to educate our children, to educate our people. So if you grow up knowing that crime is wrong, from a very tender age, you tend to stay away from it. So instead of having conflict with our religious institutions, it's high time we integrated them into the whole process. Then other actors, there are the civil society organizations for legal support, and also for the members of society who are rejoining society. So if someone is released from prison, how do we make sure that they are rejoining society and they are able to sustain themselves in society? So it's good to also look at it from that perspective and give more consideration into the members who are rejoining society. So again, under the civil society organization, we can talk of the various NGOs, NLAS, the Pro Bono Institute of Kenya, which recently had a soft launch, and finally law clinics in universities.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for her. Asante sana. Brilliant. All right. The last team, move to instant traffic fines. Move to instant traffic fines. We've taken 1 second, we'll return it. Yes, there you go. Start with your name, and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. My name is William Madenge. So for Group 6, we're looking into the instant traffic fines, noting that this was a new implementation area. We started with one of the priorities, which was looking into the background. We've seen a lot of attempts towards creating instant traffic fines, but we've had challenges in terms of the political will, and the various systems that have been developed have not been successful. The reasons why instant traffic fines are important are because some of the statistics that the group shared are that about 40% of our offenders are traffic offenders, as well as the 50% of the caseload which we currently experience is from traffic cases, which once we deduct the less serious offenses. So one of the priorities that we chose was, number one, looking at the legality, what is the regulatory background, so that we really need to look into legislative and policy changes to create an enabling framework for instant traffic fines. We also need to enhance public information that includes sensitization on what really traffic infractions are and what instant traffic fines would mean for the country at large. We also need to look into the technology, the technological systems, the cameras that are currently being used, the speed cameras, the alcohol blow, and ensuring accountability. We also had the benefit of experience from one of our participants, Mr. James, an expert in ICT, who gave us his experiences from Tanzania, that even despite the use of technology, we've seen challenges where police still end up exploiting the public because there really are no ways of ensuring accountability. And so there's a need that even when you develop systems, we ensure that they're accountable systems. The final priority would be to ensure that there's road safety even as we pursue the use of instant traffic fines. So what does Plead need to do to ensure these things are realized? The first one, as earlier mentioned, would be supporting public information systems, ensuring that there's awareness created, that the public are aware of why instant traffic fines are important, why road safety is important, and how this can contribute to effective road safety. The next one would be on technology, and that Plead should support technological solutions, particularly looking at the modes of payment, how to profile drivers. James, again, was also to educate us on how to link between identification of drivers and the larger framework of the digital ID, and how Huduma Number would need to contribute to this. This brings us into the political will and how this is really important for us to build political will around ensuring that instant traffic fines are successful. Lini also was able to educate us on an example from Zimbabwe on how even when the government adopted instant traffic fines, 20% of the revenue collected was allocated to the National Police Service in Zimbabwe to improve their capacity. Finally, we would also need to support the NCAJ Traffic Committee as part of the coordinating body bestowed with the powers to support any traffic matters in the country. We'd also need to look into data collection and analysis to ensure that the implementation of instant traffic fines is effective and responds to the needs. Part of this analysis should also include the mapping of NGOs. Some of the challenges that we also had while deliberating on this issue was to identify some of the NGOs that look, especially for non-motorized transport users, that look into the traffic situation. We'd also need to look into legislation and policy, and therefore support the NCJ Traffic Committee in any reforms required to support instant traffic fines that are successful. So which are the main institutions? It goes without saying that the Ministry of Transport, and by extension the National Transport and Safety Authority, are one of the key institutions. The National Police Service as the enforcers of traffic infractions in Kenya. The judiciary, which is the institution mandated to effect fines. The National Council on Administration of Justice and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions are responsible for prosecuting any traffic infractions. We'd also need to look into the Matatu Owners Association, who are responsible for the large group of public transport that is used in the country and who have been largely also castigated for being offenders, the Boda Boda Association, among others. So one of the other additional institutions would be, number one, expert professionals who looked into the use of technology in instant traffic fines and how to bring them in to advise best the relevant stakeholders and duty bearers. Academic institutions, we understand as we've seen today, academia is the home of ideas, and these programs such as what is going on in Plead enable us to implement these ideas. This would also include the KEPSA, the Tourist Association, the Law Society of Kenya, IDLO, and World Bank, who have also been implementing systems on economic aspects of traffic fines. Thank you, and over to you, Trevor.
All right, impeccable timing. Thank you very much. And now finally, a vote of thanks. And let's get a big round of applause to yourselves for being such fantastic sports and taking sure in this conversation there's been some very good recommendations. We'd like to put up that email one more time. I know I was pressed for time, so I pushed you a bit too fast. Please send your recommendations and your answers to phoebe.mwangi@un.org. All right? That one more time, phoebe.mwangi@un.org. Even if you had a question, you had a comment, and we didn't allow you the time, kindly send that email. All right? Now I'd like to call upon the chairman of the University of Nairobi School of Law, Hemston Opande, to give closing remarks. Hemston Opande from the University of Nairobi. The reason why he's the one who's doing this vote of thanks is because they are the future. The younger generation are the future. Everything we're trying to do here is for their own good. Some of us are already old and squeaky. Our time is almost up, but the younger generation will take the mantle and fly high. Another round of applause for Chairman Hemston Opande.
Of course, it's an honor to give the closing remarks today. I'll adopt, being an official function, I think I'll adopt, I'll have to introduce everyone and maybe take you back to the morning section and merge it with this one. So, Honorable Chief Justice, the President of the Judiciary, His Excellency the Ambassador, EU Delegate to Kenya, the representative of the Attorney General, the representative of the CS Interior, the UN Resident Coordinator to Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Opande Hemston. I am the serving UNSA, University of Nairobi Students Association Chairperson, Faculty of Law, 2023. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to the CJ for gracing the event. You know, our presence alone is an honor, a great honor, and we have to congratulate and appreciate that. The support of the judiciary as well, and her team, being the president, is also a great testament to her commitment to the values of the rule of law, the appreciation and the enhancement of the human rights and access to justice. Furthermore, I will also wish to extend my thanks to the EU donors. We are told they are the donors of the Plead program. We will also wish to appreciate their support, the various donors as well, the partners to the Plead program. We wish to appreciate your attendance and your continued support to the program. Furthermore, to the organizers, your dedication and hard work have made this event possible, and your efforts are greatly appreciated. And even from our side as the students, your invitation is much appreciated, specifically from the School of Law. We honored your invite. It has been insightful. It is always great to hear from our seniors, the opportunity that you continue to give to us. We appreciate it. And maybe going forward, if we also extend invitation from the Faculty of Law for the same event, issues legal aid, we wish to also maybe be glad to host you as well. To the attendees, your patience, the afternoon session has been awesome. I know we have learned. We are not living the same as we came. We are developed people in terms of knowledge, and I think you deserve applause. Maybe you can just give yourself 2 hearty claps for your patience. I think that is in order. And again, to the moderator, I think it's not so easy standing the entire day while the rest are seated. We also honor you for that, Trevor. I know you're a great guy and you're a friend, so we appreciate that. Otherwise, for the interest of time, I wish to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Hemston Opande, Asante Sana. And a round of applause to yourselves for making time and staying through the whole day and having a fantastic conversation. This could not have been possible without you. And that brings to an end the official launch of Plead 2. But then the work begins from now. Go ye forth and ensure justice is served to all, regardless of their social status. You have done almost enough. But the biggest room in life, they say, is the room for improvement, all right? With that, those many remarks, my name is Trevor Mbija. It's been an absolute honor being here, and I appreciate your presence all along up until now. Shall we all be upstanding for the national anthem, which in itself is a prayer? And go ye forth and ensure justice is served to all. A round of applause to yourselves, and then stay still for the national anthem. Thank you very much.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. DJ, some Lingala now so that we dance, no? All right, thank you very much. Interact as much as you can. There's tea right outside. Interact. This brings to the end of this session. Kindly have a cup of tea, interact, have networks. This conversation doesn't end here. God bless you all. We care for you and we appreciate your time today. Have a fantastic evening.